Hey, we are live. So, got some Thursday domination action. It is 12:30, which means it's starting time. So let's go ahead and generate that good old bracket. Got to make the old announcements. Yes, generate bracket. Do my going live pings, we haven't done. Need to announce the start of the tournament. Got to ping basically everybody in every Discord forever. Hey, we are live. And we don't have our own stream muted. Alright. Thing going live real quick. Alright, pings are made. My opponent has messaged me. Let's get a lobby. Over to here. Actually, well, we're going to want to show the draft, which is going to be back on that other scene. So, back over here. Alright. First map is Chateau de Roquefort. So, what are we thinking? Kind of a big map, so want something with some mobility. Hills can play nice for some defensive factions, but it's pretty big, so mobility can be very, very strong. So maybe Islev seems pretty reasonable here. Ogres are, of course, really, really good. What do we want our third to be? Skaven are probably not bad here. I don't know if I feel like playing Skaven. I played a bunch of those the other day. So maybe we'll go with something else. Maybe we'll throw in some Wood Elves. Maybe we'll do Ogres, Kislev, Wood Elves. That sounds reasonable to me. Excuse me. I just finished lunch, so. Okay, just waiting on our opponent. And yeah, we're using the normal Big 3 matrix. And these are our maps for today. We got Chateau, we got Twilight Forest, Celestial Lake, Borderlow Landing. Semis are Road to Talpine, finals are Glade, Proving Grounds, and Bleak Spire. He's not in my lobby yet. He messaged me first, so we'll give him a couple of minutes. Do you want Wood Elves? I'm second guessing the Wood Elves. I'm not super practiced on them. Beastmen are probably fine here, but I'm also kind of burnt out on Beastmen. I played a bunch of them recently. So I'm not sure. My opponent just went offline on Discord. I wonder if something's up with his internet or something. Have to hold tight. See if he can make it. Oh no, he's in my lobby. Okay, we're good. And there we go. Okay. So we're ready. Do I chicken out of what else? Do I need to practice Wood Elves? Are Wood Elves that relevant? Yeah, I feel like they're definitely pretty good. So we'll throw some Wood Elves in there. We could use some practice on them. So we'll do Ogres, Kislev, Wood Elves. And what do we got? Nurgle, Coast, Siege. Alright, this feels pretty doable for us. So let's switch over here and get rid of that. And I think I just opened BattleNet by accident. Not what I intended to do. And now we can do some picks advance. We can mute the group chat that always manages to pop off while I'm streaming. BattleNet, I didn't ask for you. Go away. Yeah, we did have a pretty good turnout today. Okay, so we're on Wood Elves, Kislev Ogres, and he's on Nurgle, VP, H. And I always forget to check who's banning first. So who is banning first? Me. Okay. Also a ping. Is this? No, that's just the group chat. I don't need that right now. Cool. Alright. What else Kislev Zinch? Or what else? Okay, so what else Zinch sounds pretty bad for us. We'll start off by banning that. What is this? Am I being pinged elsewhere? Okay, cool. I don't need to deal with that right now. Lovely. What just happened? Why? I don't know what I just did, but I deeply regret it. Okay, we're fixed. Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong. Everything's as we intended it to be. Alright, so what matchups are we actually scared of here? VP Ogres might be a little awkward. They have a lot of good light armor shooting as well as halberds. And then cannons mean that we can't necessarily just kite them with lead belchers like we would normally like to. Wood Elves VP is very, very Wood Elves favored, so that's a matchup we love. Kislev VP also feels very, very good. There's lots of light archers that we have. Is very good against all their light armor. Kislev Zinch is very, very Kislev favored in my experience. Ogre Zinch is pretty close, but I think Ogres are definitely favored there. So those are good for us. These are good for us. This is probably what we'll ban next. What else? Nurgle. Am I scared of Nurgle in any capacity? I feel like I'm not that scared of Nurgle. Nurgle definitely loses to Ogres. Probably loses to Kislev. Wood Elves is a little sketchy, so maybe we ban out Wood Elves Nurgle. Yeah. Am I being pinged again? Oh. Oh, somebody can't find their opponent? Let me see if I can find them. Alright, one sec. Our opponent made his picks and then I'll deal with... Ah! Why is clicking buttons so hard today? I am clicking everything wrong. There we go. Okay. Nurgle Ogres. Ogres and Zinch Kislev. Cool. We'll ban Wood Elves Nurgle and OK VP is what we talked about. And then I will see if I can hunt down their opponent. Right. Okay. Looks like that's sorted out. Opponent bans VP Kislev. That's not what we wanted. VP Kislev and Zinj Ogres. Okay, so do we want Kislev, Nurgle, or Wood Elves VP? Wood Elves VP just sounds really easy for us, to be honest. So I think we'll ban Kislev Nurgle. So we will play Wood Elves into VP. Alright. They have found their opponents, their game can get started, and we can start our game. Still check the Discord, make sure no one else is frantically searching for their opponent or needing my help. Alright, looks like we're good. So we can make our build. Nice. Alright, let's get our blocker up. And, okay, what do we want for Wood Elves into VP? What magic do we want? That's a place to start. What magic is going to be good here? I mean, you can't really go wrong with Lore of Life, but it's also boring as hell. I feel like all the Wood Elf lores of magic are really boring. Both my options are the Lore of Life or Lore of Beasts, and they're both really dull. Extremely dull options. Yeah. Guess we'll go the boring option. Don't really have a better one. Alright, first and most importantly, what banner are we going for Wood Elves? I think we go... Yeah, we go with this one. Classic Warhammer 3-1. Okay. We want a hefty archer core, because archers are always good against coasts, because they're so lightly armored. So we're fine with that. Want some means of removing any artillery pressure. And then we will need some measure of front line to actually protect our archers. Bring these in as our reserves. Some of you. Maybe a couple of you seem pretty appealing. Our cav options still aren't that appealing. We also don't need a ton of like super strong cav against Ghost. Ghost doesn't have very strong mobility play of their own, so we're not like hurting for it. But it is nice to go and get on top of some of their missile pieces if they leave them exposed. Other than that, our reinforcements are actually like really good options for the most part. I also feel like if we're going this heavy into archers, then Lore of Life isn't actually that helpful. So maybe we just go with this instead. Are we happy with this? What if we did this instead? Can we get anything else? Not really. I think we're happy with this. I think we send it. Didn't Kislev generally fare against Nurgle? I assume so, but I haven't actually played it. Let me think. Nurgle really has no answer against Akshina ambushers, which is a huge problem for them. So ambushers can just Kislev can probably just kite really, really effectively there and just shred the Nurgle front line, and then Kislev mobility is, I mean, Nurgle mobility isn't that strong, so Kislev mobility will probably beat them. They lack good armor piercing mobility outside of like Toads, but Toads are anti-infantry and don't do that well into cavalry. And they take a lot of damage from any kind of shooting, which Kislev has plenty of, so yeah. I assume it's good for Kislev, but I haven't played it. I'd be very surprised if Nurgle was actually like favored in that matchup. Who's paying me now? Cool. Time to read the pings that I got earlier. Okay, cool. Just waiting on our opponent then. I wonder if Drycha would be good here. It could definitely be annoying for Coast to deal with. Her magic isn't the most applicable against Coast, but like she as an entity with her summons is actually pretty good. Maybe something to test for later. Went down the wrong pipe. Alright. Yeah, I think this match is just like crazy favored for us because like any kind of good archer spam is yeah. Alright. Someone just messaged me and said that they didn't realize there was a patch today, and so they're not loaded in. I think probably if hold on. I mean, if they can't get their first round done in the time frame, they'll have to concede the first round at least. Because you have a 45-minute time limit for Swiss rounds. So if they can't get the patch done, we'll just have them concede the first round. They can keep playing after that. Oh, they're still typing, so let's see what they have to say. So we are getting into our game. Opponent is ready. Let's get our blocker out of the way. And let's get right into this. Alright, so I got a Beastcaster because Lore Life doesn't feel that useful when I'm just spamming archers and not going to be in melee all that much. Alright. So yeah. Lore Life doesn't seem that appealing when we're just spamming archers, because obviously we're not going to be in melee, so we're not taking damage, so healing is not as useful. So we've just got a massive archer line here, and we're pretty much going to be playing a pretty hefty kite. We have these Waystalkers to try and snipe out a mortars, because mortars are like the age-old counter to this kind of archer play. Just like massive amounts of archers. So if we can shut down the mortars, we'll be in a pretty good spot. Let me just have some infantry to actually screen out if they start running at us with dogs or anything. We can just have our spears come and catch them out. Ready, Jelly Chef? Yeah, so we brought Lore Beast because I feel like the healing isn't that relevant. So we just have Flock of Doom to just get some damage down on any kind of blobs they may have. Waystalkers can push up over this hill and start getting those arrows of Kurnos off ASAP. But yeah, basically the goal is just to shoot the crap out of all the lightly armored coast units. Our units are going to be outranging most of the coast guns, aside from like deck gunners, and they can outtrade handguns and stuff pretty effectively, both based on range and just volume of damage output. So should be pretty well set up to trade into coast. Yeah. So my opponent ready GLHF, so we're just waiting on them to be ready. We have a pretty wide build, so I do expect a lot of like lightly armored chaff. Which is exactly what we were set up to deal with. Alright, where are our AP ones? Your AP and your AP. Okay. Need to keep those in mind because they're the only ones that can actually deal with depth guard for us. And then our reinforcements are mostly infantry. We've got dryads and more dancers come and clean up any tired infantry that remain. As well as a couple of cav units to help kill off dogs or anything that would actually threaten our backline. That should be over there. I'll knock that over if it's over there. My throat is not my friend this morning. It really isn't. Alright. The GLHF, let's get this going. Our Waystalkers push up and start spotting things out for us, so we know what's what. I'm actually scared of here. Mortars are a pain. If it goes full melee rush, we can kite pretty effectively and just start summoning out dryads. We're probably going to be doing anyway, because dryads are going to be like our mainline infantry. They do very well against all the light armor of Coast. I'd really love you to climb this hill a little bit faster so we can actually see what's going on over there. Yeah, double mortars, not very surprising at all. Triple mortars, okay. Yeah, really not that surprising. We start throwing the Talons of Kurnos over there. We can have our Waystalkers cap the objectives and kind of force them up to us. The nice thing is we can actually stay on our side of the hill, and by using our characters to cap the objectives, we can force him to come into us and take a lot of damage on in the process. He'll start sneaking some dryads around this way, but we do want to stay out of that mortar range until we can actually shut it down to some degree. These guys back here, did we actually kill models? No, we didn't. Did those arrows actually fire? Huh, they just didn't kill models. Well, that's very unfortunate for us. Jet guns are also actually a threat to our characters, so we need to be a bit careful of those. Maybe we just have to coax him out a little bit so we can actually get the cav around to the back to shut down those mortars for us. And like I said, we can use our stock characters and the units to actually force him forward by threatening all 3 caps. And then we can just potentially sneak some stuff around the right side and go on top of those mortars. His mortars are all clustered pretty close together, so if we're... What are you firing at? How the hell are you firing at me? I am so far out of your range. What? Excuse me? Look at the range! The range is there! Okay, cool. Yeah, if we can force him forward, then we can actually just start sneaking around the back with some cav, maybe. And shut down some of those mortars. They are bunched up, which means they will let one cav unit can actually shut down a lot of them. Same with the deck gunners. Giving some things back. But we're just fine for the moment. The other nice thing is our archers have really good range. So we can actually control the points with our shooting without putting ourselves in too much risk with the mortars. The mortars actually have to come pretty far up to start threatening us. Go ahead and start throwing down some of this. Careful of the deck guns. The deck guns could mess up our characters, so just throw this down on the ROR. These guys are out of range of the mortars, so they can push up a little bit. Like I said, if they're on the objectives, we really want to be shooting them, and we can do that without being quite in range of the mortars. I'm really kind of annoyed that the Towns of Kranos were not killing models of the mortars. Oh, wow. Oh, it's just hills doing hill things. I see. I see. Alright, so put all these guys on guard mode, because we don't want them walking up into mortar range without our consent. Go ahead and cast that. Archers can keep firing. Mortars are pushing up, so we want to back up a little bit. Losing this objective is fine, but the thing is, yeah, he's got such a formation back there that if we can just pick apart the few things that have come forward, our archer fire, which shouldn't be that difficult, we will be just fine. We'll keep bringing out more of our infantry. We don't really have a window for cav to be doing things just yet. And go ahead and have you guys shoot in. Shoot, shoot, shoot. And those guys are going down. Take out the Tide of Skjold. Yeah, his ability to hold objectives while also having so much back to defend his artillery is a bit suspect. Okay, back up if you're being shot at. The other thing we can actually do is we can take some cav and dance on the point, because like we should be able to dodge all the artillery in the world with our cavalry. And also start sneaking up this side with some infantry. And threatening over here. Those are some pistol mobs, which is fine. Not a huge threat to us, but yeah. If he wants to back up off the objective, we can just have cav and dance on this point. And not really take a whole lot of damage, unless there's deck gunners. I forgot about the deck gunners. Deck gunners are definitely a threat to that. So we're going to stop doing those shenanigans. Because that's a bad idea. Suddenly seems like a very poor idea. Yeah, these guys can just keep pushing up around the right side. He has really no control over the right at all. So we can just keep pushing stuff up on this right side and threaten. The War Dancers are a pretty big threat to all of his infantry, as are the Dryads. Deck Gunners are shooting my Lord, which I don't appreciate. Not something I'm very interested in. And we can just start shifting over to the right a little bit more. Need some kind of archer fire on that guy. Get rid of that guy, we can actually cap that point. These guys just need to shoot that halberd. And if we take a volley or two of mortar fire to get this point back under control, I'm kind of okay with that. Back up a bit, back up a bit. Right, honestly, you guys aren't that useful shooting the infantry, so just back off and don't do that thing. The mortars are firing over here, which is not pleasant for us. Do we just want to push up at this point? I feel like pushing up might just be the play. I feel like we almost have enough to just overrun his position in general. And I feel like these guys can just go ahead and fire at their lord, because, well, nothing else is that useful. Yeah, I feel like his lines have thinned enough that we can just start pushing up across the board. These guys can start moving up. The Dryads will tear apart those guys. You folks can go on missile resist. Just push up, push up, push up. And we'll start summoning some cav around the sides to go actually threaten his backline. Shooting my cav, which I don't really appreciate. You guys need to just walk up and shoot the deck gunners. Nothing else is a threat, just the deck gunners. Dryads come and clean them up. Kill them, kill them. Spears get up there, Dryads push up. Yeah, kill the deck gunners, they're very, very squishy and very dangerous. Mortars are firing on Dryads, which is kind of annoying because I think they do fire damage. Do they not do fire damage? Are they one of the unmarked fire damage units? There are a few of those because they do explode, so I assume the fire explosion is actual fire damage. Oh, that's the Night Terrors. Interesting. Not hugely threatening for us, fortunately. Alright, shoot into the armored hulks. Not the armored hulks, the animated hulks. They're not armored. Put that over there. Dryads come into these pole arms. Come on, give me an attack order. You guys got caught, but you guys can get around the side. The deck gunners are running for the hills. Our cav is in the clear. Go on the melee defense stance for you. Go there. You can get into the back. You can get on these deck gunners. And that's pretty good compromising for his backline. You guys switch to the melee defense stance rather than the missile resist stance because you're not being shot anymore. Archers shouldn't be in melee. That's not what archers are good at typically. Some dogs coming in, but honestly, we're doing just fine. We compromise the mortars and lose our cav. That's a fine trade for us. Archers shoot the animated hulks. We don't have a ton of spears, so that's really our option for that. Shoot in the back of them. You get on the Lord. The dogs actually do pretty poorly against our calves, so move up, get a fresh unit of you. Where are you that you're idle? Oh, I completely forgot about you in the back. That's neat. Keep pushing up here, push up, and yeah, this is a really rough matchup for Coast. Real rough. So we got onto all this shooting, killed most of the mortars, the deck gunners are offline. Dryads can be recycled because we're gonna need fresh ones. Where are you and why are you idle? Keep pushing up. Keep pushing up. All of these archers can push up. Yeah, we shut down those deck gunners real well. We push up with everything else. Get some more spears online. Get a Flockcaster up there. You guys keep linking with the Lord, but yeah, it's a very hard matchup. GG's. Not a bad attempt. Like, this missile core is actually kind of problematic for Wood Elves, but it's a really hard matchup because your front line just gets shredded by all the Wood Elf shooting. And the Wood Elf infantry also trades very well because they love like the armored infantry like that. Like the Dryads, the War Dancers, they're all very good. So it's a tough matchup. Oh, what? Hold on, let me put in the score and then I will read chat. And I'll read the DM I have. See if that's something I need to address very quickly. Alright. Didn't notice that a lot with artillery. Not sure what prompts exactly units are just barely in range. Dodge out of the range, the cartels go way outside the limit. Yeah, but I don't think they were in range. Like, that happens with most missile units. Like, if something leaves their range, like, if they like, say, like, decide to shoot at something that's in their range, and that thing runs out of their range, they'll finish their shot. That's normal for most missile units. But I don't think that's what happened there. I don't think I was ever in their range. I think my Dryads were pretty far out of their range and just got shot for no reason. That was extremely odd to me. So, yeah, let's see this. This is this corner, right? It was this one off to the side that just never came in range and still got shot at? Unless I'm mistaken. Like, oh no, okay, so they're in range, and then I pulled them out of range. Okay, so no, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, that's... They don't see the projectiles. Yeah, okay, so that's exactly what happened, yeah. I was in range, like, the mortar's acquired target started firing, and I moved out of range, so it's like, okay, we're gonna finish the shot. It's like, you have to be in range for the missile to acquire the target, and then after they've acquired, it's like, well, they're just gonna shoot at you, even if you run out of their range. Okay, so that's just what happened. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to work, but that's how that's a thing I've observed with a lot of units. So that's not that out of the ordinary. I just didn't realize I had actually pulled them back. Alright. So check the brackets. Actually, we still have a lot of games going, so I mean they have about actually we're pretty close to the time limit for the round, so we just try to keep the rounds about 45 minutes apiece. And we're about 38 minutes in right now, so hopefully these games start finishing up pretty soon. Next we have Twilight Forest, which is the really hilly map. Definitely run Wood Elves again. Ogres are an absolute like error on that map, so we'll probably pick them again. Hmm. Hmm. Twilight Forest. Maybe we do. Hmm. We do Skaven. It's not a bad map for Skaven by any means. It's actually a pretty good map for Skaven. Maybe we do Skaven on that map. Maybe we do like Ogre Skaven. Ogre Skaven Wood Elves doesn't feel that great. Maybe do Ogre Skaven Kislev. They do need to practice some Kislev. I've definitely not played them as much as I should be on this patch. Alright, and now is the part of the show where I peek in the Discord and see where games are at. Oh, that game's already over. Okay. Neat. So, we are waiting on the last couple of games. Just 3 left. One of them said that they didn't update the game ahead of time, so If they aren't done by the next couple of minutes, we'll probably just advance anyway. Like I said, we are nearing the time limit. So we are going to need another one of these. But for the moment, we are just fine waiting. So how are you guys, chat? What are you folks up to today? And why is the answer not playing the tournament? It's obviously the most important event of your day. After all, what could possibly be more important than smashing your fantasy armies against somebody else's? For everyone's entertainment. Work? Shame. Just don't go to work. Just play Warhammer full time. It's very, very lucrative, I can assure you. There's so much money to be made doing this. So much. Alright. One of the games was a lag fest, so somebody's dropping. And we're just waiting on that last one. Came up with the Rat Tides? Yeah. Maybe we'll have a rat game next for you, just in your honor. How would you beat Kislev with Walk? That's a good question. Kislev with Walk. So the first thing I'd do is curl up into a ball and cry. Second thing I do is maybe a Be'lakor strat. I can see Be'lakor still being good there. Maybe. I don't know, I haven't used Be'lakor that much these days, but he kills armored infantry pretty well. So maybe he's an option. You could try the old Festus strat, but this is probably pretty vulnerable to Akshina shenanigans. Like just Festus and a wall of armor. That's probably pretty vulnerable to Akshina Kite. But I guess Akshina Kite is like the thing to be really scared of. The question is, how do we deal with that as Walk? And the answer is, we really don't, I don't think. Our ability to catch kite factions as Walk has substantially diminished ever since Hellstriders got nerfed. Our cav is very, very weak. So your best bet is probably just build up and stat check them with Festus and a wall of armor, or try some Be'lakor shenanigans. But Be'lakor is very, very vulnerable to being netted by the Akshina War and just deleted by Akshinas. I mean, he's got the ward save, which lasts pretty long. How long does... Okay, it lasts for most of the net, so he can tank a lot of it, but still a rough time to be Be'lakor, because that lowers his uptime and he just can't get as much damage output. And like, our monsters don't help us that much at catching the Akshina Kite. So yeah, that matchup sounds just really, really miserable for Walk, I'll be honest. I'm really not sure how you win that one as Walk. Yeah, Akshina shenanigans. Beating Greenskins with Norska? I haven't played that matchup. I imagine Norska, you want Burning Head, and then maybe a Mammoth Chieftain? Mammoth Chieftain seems like a big problem for his Greenskins, and then you Burning Head the archers to keep it alive. And then your Chieftain can actually do a lot to tear out and punish like the front line of infantry and squigs. Still sounds somewhat Greenskin favored, just because their front line is so killy. Zinch Discaster? Zinch Discaster, the problem with Zinch Discaster is he will get netted by Dixina and die. Because this unit, where is it? This unit is so problematic for everybody. Because they're stocked, obviously, and they have Pack Trap. The problem is, this net has a longer range than the stock reveal, so you don't know where they are, and by the time you figure it out, you're already netted. So if you use anything like a Zinch caster on a disc, you're very, very vulnerable to just being caught in that net and blown up immediately. Because they're not that tanky on a disc. They're usually reliant on just being small and hard to hit, but if they're netted, they're not that hard to hit. So you're very, very vulnerable to that. Also, new artwork. That hasn't always been the artwork, has it? Maybe I'm crazy. So a Zinch caster is very risky for that reason. Like the Akshina, specifically the Akshina ROR, is just it changes how you have to approach Kislev fundamentally. It's so strong. Yeah, for Norska into Greenskins, I probably go Chieftain on a Mammoth. I guess Flame Axe is probably fine. We go Firecaster. Maybe Horse, maybe not, depending on the map. And then just a good old infantry wall with some Jav backup, probably. Champs are pretty risky because both Squigs have good AP and Fanatics are a big problem, so I'd probably just go pretty light with some Jav support to help kill the Squigs and the Boar Boys, anything big like that. I'd probably do something like this as the starter with the Mammoth as our big centerpiece. Burning Head, kill the any archers, and then we just try and grind out the front line. The biggest problem for Norska is killing the Greenskin Cavalry, because I think Skin Wolves lose to Boar Boy Big Guns. Alright, I think we're ready to advance the round. Yep, alright, we are ready to advance the round. So, let us advance Swiss. Oh gosh, I always get worried about pushing the wrong button. There's so many buttons. Alright, we got Chicken Feed. So let's get him in here. Actually, we're going to want this. This. Time for some good old RTK on RTK action. Lobby invite. Didn't read stuff last night. Do you know about the net last night? We'll be able to deal with campaign Marathi a lot more easily. Yeah. But that net is insane. It's so tough to deal with as anybody playing into Kislev. Alright. So what are we here doing? Ogres, Skaven, Kislev, I think, was the plan. I eagerly await a world where I don't have to pick Ogres every game and can still feel like I have a good chance of winning. Like, I feel like if I don't pick Ogres, I'm just handicapped. Greenson's TK Corn. Okay, that's not the end of the world. Grab this. What was it? It's okay, TK Corn. Oh wait, we have... My memory is sometimes just terrible. Skaven, Kislev, Ogres, and he has Greenskins, TK Corn. Okay. Who bans first? I eternally forget to check that. It is me. Feels like it always is. Alright, let's go. Oh, that's... This is what we want. There we go. Alright. So, first thing I'm going to ban is... Probably Greenskins Kislev is pretty bad for us. Yeah, probably Greenskins Kislev is the worst one for us. What else are we scared of? TK Ogres is probably not great for us. I don't know if it's a priority ban, but it's definitely not good. Skaven Greenskins is kind of tough. Actually, these are all kind of tough for Skaven, except Corn. Like, Skaven TK and Skaven Greenskins are both not great. TK might be a bit better now with their cap weight nerfs, but I haven't played it, and I'm a bit sus of first trying it in a tournament. So maybe we ban out Skaven, some of the Skaven matchups. Kislev Tomb King should be pretty good. Kislev Khorne is probably pretty good. Ogres stomp all over greens, everything greenskins love, which, yeah, not surprised to see that banned. TK Kislev. Alright. Yeah, probably ban. Do we want to ban? I feel like this is a good map for Skaven greenskins, honestly. The hills, we can really force him to engage onto us. Maybe we leave that up. Okay, we'll ban Skaven TK, because that's not something we enjoy. Maybe we ban Ogres TK as well, because that's always been a pretty crappy matchup for Ogres, too. And I'm pretty fine playing anything into Khorne, so... And Ogres TK. That's not TK. So ban out the Tomb Kings. Now which matchup does he leave us? How's it going? Great to finally catch these live. Hey, nice to have you here. We are doing pretty well. 1-0 so far on the day. Looks like we've got some decent matchups ahead of us. So, everything's going pretty smoothly so far. So, welcome to the stream. Alright, getting out Khorne Skaven. Kislev Khorne. Okay, do you want Ogres, Khorne, or Skaven greenskins? I feel like the correct decision here is just to play Ogres Khorne. I feel like that's much easier for us. Just a much easier matchup. Like, I could probably pull off Skaven greenskins, but it's much harder. So, hey, Fidel Flashfoot, welcome. So we are on the Sweaty Ogre Boys. We are here to sweat. Let's get our blocker up. Ogres. My lord. What caster do I want into Khorne? I feel like we really can't go wrong with Troll Guts. As boring as that may be. It expends suck less. Natural question: how to spend my money effectively? Close enough. Good enough. Alright. Some of you. Some of you. You. Let me get the rest of our Ogre Bulls. One of you, and that's a perfect spend. Now, our opponent needs to be in the lobby. That's usually a pretty important aspect of multiplayer. I need to pick an Ogre banner. Okay, goddamn, there's so many Ogre banners, I forgot. Yeah, I usually go for this one, the Tree Hammers. Which I realize you can't see. This is what I usually go for. Also, I'm very upset because I just realized on the beta you could click through this as fast as you wanted, and they undid that. Now I can't click through as fast as I wanted. There's still like a delay, and I'm wildly upset about that. When I had early access, they just let me click through as fast as I felt like. There's for some dump turn stuff. Very few quality casters kind of create stuff. Hey, happy to help. That's kind of why I started, because I felt like there wasn't, a lot of content for Domination, and I wanted to change that because people were constantly asking me for tips for builds, that kind of thing. So you know, we have a severe drought of like that kind of stuff, tournament play, or even just like guides and that stuff. So that's kind of my goal. So happy to help. Alright. We are good to go. Our opponent just got here, so they're going to take a second or two to make their build. Look at the bracket. Who else do we got that's doing well so far? We got... oh. Locker be gone. What to do? We got... actually, I mean, it's round 1, so we have a lot of people who won the first round. That's right. Oh wow, Housecat and Hillidan both lost first round. Kind of surprising. We got Ulrich's pretty scary. Derek pretty good. Berserk's pretty scary. Bugden's not bad. We got some competition today. We'll have to be on our toes with this one. I wonder if an Iron Blaster is good into Corn. I feel like the answer has to be yes. Like, Corn can't really shut it down. Valky can try to pester it, but I feel like it's probably got to be pretty good into Minos. You can get some really greedy shots on infantry. They really just can't do a whole lot to shut it down. Corn is just in such a sad state ever since the Fleshhound nerf. Like, when they were good, it's because they did one thing really well. They like won melee fights aggressively. They played aggressively very, very well. Like, without strong mobility, they just cannot sustain a front line. It's so hard for them to like shut down Kite and just to disable shooting of any kind. A couple turns about a year ago. That a wrist issue, so to stop. Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, happy to have people play. Sorry to hear about the wrist injuries. I need to get back to hosting newbie tournaments. I stopped doing because I was hosting the land val tournaments every weekend, or like on the weekends. But those have finished, so I'll probably... well, I've said this before, I need to get, yeah. Should get back into hosting newbie tournaments sometimes. Welcome, welcome, Lily Trilly. Even before Fleshhound nerf and turn bounce was quite bad? Yeah. Yeah, like they had a lot of dead units on their roster, but like they had a functional playstyle of like they could rush well. They couldn't kite, they couldn't play defensively at all, but they rushed and they did that well. But Fleshhounds were kind of the linchpin for that. And now it's like, well, your reinforcements tend to suck because your infantry is super, super slow and can't get that out. Your front line is still strong, but it's so exploitable because you have weak mobility. So you can't stop yourself from being shot, you can't stop yourself from being surrounded and cycle charged by cavalry, so it's just really rough for Corn. Ever translate chicken feed? Yeah. Yeah, he's in RTK, and his nickname in the Discord is Chicken Feed, because nobody could pronounce what you see on your screen. No one in RTK could ever pronounce that correctly, so he just changed his nickname in the RTK server to Chicken Feed. So, yep. Chicken for Corn. So. Yeah, and like Corn, like Minos are still really, really strong for Corn. And Valky is still really good, and their infantry's alright. Their infantry does suffer from not having good AP options. Like, Minos are still crazy strong, but like with such weak mobility, obviously they have no magic as well. Like, if we just look at the Corn roster real quick, it's just such a sorry state. That's the wrong button. That is, I don't know how many times I'm gonna click this before I acknowledge it's the wrong button. This one. Like, everything in this category kind of sucks. Like, basic Chaos Knights are kind of okay, but all their other heavy cav is terrible. Chariots are bad. The Skirm Cav is great, but can't fight other Skirm Cav at all. Their artillery is bad. Most of their monsters are bad. It's like their infantry and their Minos their armored infantry and their Minos are good. It's a very sorry state to be in. There ain't bad matchup for Ogres? Norska. Norska just ruins everything Ogres ever loved. Tomb Kings, Doomings were a counter last patch. I haven't played it since the nerfs, but I suspect it's still fine for Tomb Kings. But those are the two that are not great. Scarbrand Gore Feast, and we're fine. I mean, Scarbrand definitely needs help. Permission, let's choose Norge for Humpty Dumpty. Ah, interesting. Yeah, Ogres have some bad matchups. The problem is, with the pick 3 Matrix, it's very hard to pick Norse or Tomb Kings, because they're so bad to everything else that's good. They lose to Kislev, they lose to Cathay, they lose to Beastmen, they lose to Greenskins. Well, Norse can maybe beat Greenskins, but like, they don't have enough good matchups to actually make them good enough to pick. So it's hard to actually get those picks in a pick 3 Matrix. If it was a pick 3 ban 1, then you could definitely get some of those matchups. But yeah, those factions are not in a great spot, to the point where you can just blind pick them in every scenario. Alright, so we are kiting. We have pistols to kill the Minos, we have the Lead Belchers to kill some infantry. We're going to try and take this hill over here on the right, and just rain down death from on high. Got Troll Guts to heal up the pistols. Pistols are just such a pain for Khorne, they always have been. We are good to go. Why is Nosk so bad for Ogres? Hunter Javs. Hunter Javs have so much anti-large missile strength that they just delete Ogre Bulls like nobody's business. Skin Wolves also trade pretty well into most of the Ogre's mobility. Yeah, but it's mostly the Hunter Javs. Hunter Javs and a competent melee line. So get our Noblars out. Where would we be without our chaff? Try a lot of demons yet. Trying to learn Counts, Skaven, and Greenskins. They're my favorites. They're pretty good right now too. Those three are all in a pretty good spot. Not OP, but still. Well, actually, Greenskins might be OP, depending on who you ask. But the other ones, they're not super oppressive, but they're not bad. Alright, Valkia. Prepare for a face full of ogre bullets. We have plenty of ammo to waste on her, right? It's probably not worth our time to shoot her, because she'll just do exactly what she's doing. So, we want our trappers out next as well. Make sure we have as much shooting as possible. Set one ogre bull on the objective to cap it immediately. That'll force him to come into us, which is the situation we want to engineer. Our goal is really just sit on top of this hill and shoot him so that he has to advance up this hill into us. Like, if he has to come fight for the center objective, that means our lead belchers on the hill can shoot him, our pistols can shoot him, and then we just run away up the hill and he has to chase us, and then we can fight downhill into him. So, that's really our goal here. Oh no, my trappers! How sad. Anyway. Yeah, Norska is the age-old counter for ogres. Just lots of really good anti-large units on the roster. Do we want our Noblars be further back so we can actually have some space to kite? The Noblar is the one thing that can actually be caught. Stop shooting Valkia. Also, our pistols can go fuck around. They're fast as hell. We can go fuck around with those Marauders. Belcher Freddy, someone playing against online. Liz Bretonia. Last he's just bullying you with Grail Knights. Yeah. Grail Knights were gross last patch. There's not actually much shenanigans for us to get up to, I feel like. I want to get up and start shooting him, but there's not really anywhere for me to start picking fights. He's doing a pretty good job of just hiding in the trees. Just what you want to be doing. But these guys can start plinking away those Marauders. Why not? What do we got here? More Chaos Warriors. No great surprise there. I want Manir Grailbins next. Maybe just some Bulls are fine. We don't want to actually go too far up because Valkia will be annoying. We have Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds aren't a huge threat to us. They don't trade that well into our Bulls, and we have plenty of those. This community needs more Belgians? No, it does not. We have a number of Belgians in RTK, and we make fun of them relentlessly. So. Although to be fair, none of them are that active these days, which is sad. Because we like our Belgians, despite making fun of them a lot. Oh. Lag coming in? Oh. We can just restart. That's not a big issue. Take some screenshots of the builds, and we just restart the same builds. It's not a big issue. Yeah, for Norska Ogres. This unit right here. 31 missile strength with 15 bonuses large. They kill ogre bulls so fast. And then skin wolves as well do pretty well in the mobility game. Those just are so nice people. They play soft people who tried hugging one. It's like I have not tried hugging one. I don't think I've met a Belgian in person, only online. So yeah, these Tashin are good. Norse Cancels are good here. But it's really this unit just carries really hard. Like, it just kills ogre bulls so fast, like nothing else in the game. So. Alright, good to go. Time for 3 more minutes of build-up. Make fun of their chocolate and become like angry Frenchmen. Why is chat just turned into Belgian propaganda? Big lore fire or shadows against ogres? What is the magic choice against ogres usually? Probably fire. Burning Head the Trappers and Flaming Sword of Ruin on your own Hunter Jabs. It's pretty good. That's probably the way you go. You could also take a Metal Caster and do Final Trans. Shadows is not very good against ogres. None of the spells are very good against large things. So I would either take fire or metal. Probably fire. Trappers are a big issue for a lot of things. Trapper is just a big issue in general, like in most matchups. Alright, good to go. Yep. Very original horn build. Nothing too terribly surprising. I am sleepy. I did not sleep that well. And it is catching up with me. I might need to make some more coffee between rounds. Okay, so we got a little bit of lag coming in. Although, actually, I can't tell if Valk is lagging or standing still. If she's standing still, we should shoot her. Standing still, we just shoot. Oh no, my trappers! Right, don't waste too much ammo on her, because she'll just keep dodging us forever. Okay. Now it's just a Belgian meet and greet in my chat. I don't know how we got here. I'll catch up with whatever you guys are talking about after this. Although, honestly, like, this is going to be pretty slow again. He's going to build up, which is the correct decision for him. But it means we have time to chat. Okay, I want to turn more this way. I'm not too scared of him summoning over here and attacking me, because we have a very steep hill. So him attacking uphill is just very disadvantaged. Why did you suddenly decide to rout? Did Valkyrie just give you a mean look? Okay. I'm going to push up with our shooting at least a little bit, so that when they come out of the trees, we can get as many shots on as possible and kind of kite back towards the hill. Any free damage we can get on Valkyria is nice, but it's not really essential. Killing Valkyria isn't really our win condition. Like, she can just be annoying. She's not a huge threat to our pistols, because they have good melee stats. Lead Belchers are another issue, though, and like, they are actually, she is a pretty big threat to them. You don't have a ton of great, like, anti-Valkyria options. We just have to kind of, like, bog her down in basic bulls. Which, you know, is doable. But we also have the pistols. If she does, like, get too idle, we just take pot shots at her with pistols. Like so. We want to push up a little bit. Like I said, as soon as he leaves those trees, we want to be shooting with our lead belchers, because a lot of halberds they need to chew through. So push up a bit. Our Noblar line can stay fairly far back, because they are a lot slower. They don't kite as effectively as our other stuff does. But yeah, from right about here is probably fine. If they come out of those trees, we can start shooting. I'd like to go pressure that hill, to be honest. I think we can, honestly. Let's send some dual weps up there. Because if we cap that point as well, then he has to come out of these trees a lot sooner. Which is good for us, because we want to be shooting. We have lots of ammo to spend, and a lot of time that we need to do it in. Where's his summon? Okay. Chaos Warriors, like I said, I'm not super worried about an assault on the right, because he has to attack up a pretty steep hill. And that means he's going to have a very bad time. Also, if he's in the open, shoot him. If he wants to give us targets in the open, we'll just shoot. These pistols, we need to make sure Valkyria doesn't get up to any shenanigans. Alright, we need to be a little careful we don't get too close to that Vanguard summon, or we'll just get dogs summoned on us and lose our Lead Belcher. And our Lead Belcher is pretty important for this, because there's a lot of halberds in those trees that we need to kill. Hello, Valkyria. Valkyria is such a tease. You think you can hit her, but she's just so tiny. And it's hard to actually get any damage to stick onto her, especially when somebody's juking. Alright, so we got the third cap, which is good. Excuse me. Because that means he has a lot less time to now just sit in the trees. If he has at least one cap, then he has all the time in the world to just sit in the trees and summon his whole army. And we want to prevent that as much as possible. Okay. Huh, they're the halberds. Pull back our lead belchers. Their pistols shoot Valkyria and try not to friendly fire too terribly much. There's the demon shield, so start shooting into other things. Pull you guys down the hill. I feel like the Manier pistols probably beat those dogs, but we don't need to find out because we have other things that can take the damage. I'll pop a Troll Guts on these guys. Get you back here. You need to turn to start shooting. You guys need to fall back to our formation. Again, the pistols are going to be just fine. But we need to be shooting a lot. Shoot the halberds, they're the biggest threat. Pull back to our side of the point. Lord can come over here a little bit more. Pistols can start shooting. Ideally, we want our pistols to be shooting halberds because they are affected by shields. But for the moment, we will take what we can get. Trappers can start shooting in. Yeah. Get our pistols out of there. Let Belchers keep shooting all those stacked up halberds, please. As soon as those Minotaurs come in range, they're our big target as well. Because they are very, very scary for us. Get you guys in there, get some Iron Guts up on the field. Move you guys up, move you guys up. That is not the spell I meant to bring. I thought I had the other one. I really, really thought I had the melee attack steroid. This is not what I intended to bring, but this is my life now, apparently. Right, trappers need to be firing. You're basic Noblars. Why are you here? Why do basic Noblars exist? Desummon you, if only because I want fresh ones out pretty soon. Right, pistols, shoot those guys. Lead Belchers, shoot these halberds in the back that are nice open targets. You guys come into the fight here. You guys get in the back of these halberds. This is overall going pretty well for us. Heal these Lead Belchers. Get these pistols start to shoot in here. Iron Guts can come in the back of here. Sabertusk can keep shooting there. Pistols, shoot whatever you can see, honestly. Just whatever you can see. You guys need to come around this side. You can come over this way as well. Lead Belchers, shooting the side of this blob. I honestly have no idea how this is going for us. Cannot tell. Manier Pistol should finish off those Minotaurs pretty quickly. We need to start desummoning because we need fresh troops. We also need to get them off of our pistols. And our Lead Belchers. Go ahead and drop that there, because apparently I have that spell. So it's a fine thing to do, apparently. Reinforce our back line. Trappers here. Dual Weps. Up a little bit on value, but not as much as I'd like. He does need to 3-cap us, though, which is a pretty good spot for us to be in. We need some more shooting on those halberds over there, and we're having a hard time getting it, because we didn't kite very effectively. We just kind of took this fight straight up, and now we're being punished for it. So you guys need to turn around and shoot, but your leadership is god-awful right now, which is a bad time for us. Pistols, get back here and shoot into there. These pistols are dying because they're surrounded by Minotaurs. Again, a bad place to be. And you guys need to get back in the fight. Maniac weapons would be a great thing to have on the field right now, as are these trappers. Get in the back of those halberds. These pistols out of here. You guys back in the fight. Back in the fight, please. Sabertusk's rampaging over there is not a great time for us. These Sabertusks out of here. Pistols, shoot those Minos. Get those Maniac Ravens out here to help us fight those Minos, because those Minos are a big issue for us. Lead Belchers, run. Dismember the Minos, get them out of there. Heal up our Lead Belchers some more. Oh shit, our Lord's in trouble. Ah, scheisse. Get you over there. Back cap with you. You guys in the back. We don't want to lose objectives if we can help it. The Minos are taking a lot of damage. Very, very good. But we need to bail out our Lord, and we just use our heal on other things. So you need to get to him. You need to get there pretty quickly. Try and nuke their leadership. Mayor Grammons will help with those guys. Fortunately, Valky is not in that blob killing our Lord, which is our only saving grace right now. Get more bulls out here. This pistol can be desummoned. It's just one model. Trapper's out of ammo, which is not a great spot to be in. Those Minos are dying. Good. The Belchers get in the fight. Get a tear out. Okay, our Lord is safe for the moment. We're back capping. That's good. Okay, we salvaged it. We're in a decent spot now. Our second wave is going to need to do a lot of heavy lifting, though. Man-eaters, get the pistols out of there. The dual weps into the back of his infantry. So this could definitely be going better. Definitely go better. What are you, Marauders? That's fine. Give me some more bulls out here. Our Lord wants to stay near the fight because he still has that melee attack buff, or debuff aura rather. Get you guys in here. Pistols keep shooting halberds. Lead belchers shoot whatever you can. Trappers are doing trapper things. Backcap got sniffed out. We get back on these objectives. This is not actually looking that great for us. It's a bit concerning. Rude. Down go our trappers. Man-eaters are doing a pretty good job of killing Valkia, but honestly, again, that's not really our win condition. You guys aren't in much of a fighting shape. You'll do some good work there. Dual weapons, do what you can over there, but honestly, I think this is going very, very poorly for us. I feel like we are in a lot of trouble here, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know if we can get back on this. Our entire army is routing. I think we're out of luck, guys. No, I think we're out of luck. I think chicken feed got us. I need more practice with ogres. Yeah, our pistols underperformed. Maybe we should have brought more lead belchers instead. What was he getting value for? I feel like it was just the halberds. Yeah, we just didn't have enough halberd clear. Yeah, I feel like we just need more lead belchers instead of the pistols. I was more worried about minos than the halberds, and I think that hurt me a lot. So I took the fight 2 heads up as well, I think. Let's take a look at that replay. Alright, what are you guys on in chat? Yeah, I put land battle tournaments on occasion. And yes, there is another platypus in RT. It goes by the platypus, who I believe is a woman, but I have not actually met them. And they haven't been active for most of Warhammer 3. I don't think they've played any tournaments in Warhammer 3. So if you saw Warhammer 2 tournaments with a platypus, that was not me, that was the other one. If it was Warhammer 3, it was probably me. Alright, so I played this poorly. So the big thing I didn't do is I didn't kite very effectively. I wanted to take the fight. You guys talk about it. My fight should have been up here. I should have taken the fight on the hill, and I took it in the center because I was overconfident in my ability in melee, which I shouldn't be because I have most of my money. I have like what 4K committed to missile pieces. That's not even talking about all the trappers. It's like Valky's annoying. He does a good job building up. We should have pressured this hill a lot sooner. I could have sent a dual weapon up there, and the dual weapon probably beats the Marauder of Khorne just fine. I just feel like I don't need 2 pistols. I feel like 1 pistol and 2 light belchers is probably the way to go. Like I said, I was expecting more minos, but minos didn't end up being a threat because trappers do a good job against them. It was mostly just the halberds, so I feel like an extra lead belcher would be a much better play. Lead belchers, like, this is a fine position for them, but this army should be further back. I want to be fighting on this hill. Like I said, I want him to have to attack up the slope into me, and we don't do that very well. We don't kite very effectively. SMR 3? Late Summer Arcs? Yeah, that was probably me then. Actually, the last land battle event I played in was Human Boys Faction War Qualifier. I played Kislev. So that was me. That was a couple days ago. I think that's the only land battle event I played. Oh, wait, was it a stream or a video? Because I haven't played much land battles on this patch, but I played some land battles with Human Boy during the early access. So there were some videos of me playing him. So yeah, this is where I mess up. I don't kite effectively. I let my pistols take too much damage. I didn't use my magic very effectively either, but like, my whole formation should be moving back right now. I should take some shots here, and my whole formation should be moving back up this hill. But instead, we like take the fight heads up and don't back off. We play a static line when we really need to be kiting. He's doing a good job of screening with Chaos Warriors, which are resistant to our pistols, because they're shields, when I really want to be shooting the halberds. And yeah, here I just charge in. This is a big mistake. I just go into melee when I really need to be backing off with everything. My lead belch and pistol have so much ammo, I can't really fire into the melee that effectively, because our own units are much bigger, so they body block. So fire get obstructed, and like our lead belchers do good damage when we let them shoot, but we don't let them shoot enough. Like, we're moving up, and we should be moving back right now. I should not be taking a fight with Khorne and melee. That's the only thing they're good at. We just walk away, we're so much more favored. And yeah, like I said, the Trappers do a good job of melting the Minotaurs. So I think the Minotaurs weren't as huge of a threat as I was thinking. We got Horn or Khorne going down too, so like this is just a bad fight for us. The Minotaurs and the Halberds are really, really nasty. But more importantly, like, this is the only thing Khorne's good at, is this melee blob. And we played right into his hand in that regard. Like, our pistols are obstructed, our lead belches are compromised, or even is our other pistols compromised. Yeah, we should have just backed up everything up this hill. Because right now, like, the big advantage of this map playing defensively is this hill. He's fighting on this slope, but we're fighting in the valley where he has an even fight. We're fighting here, he has to fight uphill into us. We get a lot more shots off before we take the fight. Yeah, that was just a very, very sloppy engage from me. I should have played that better. Ogres are like OP at the point where I feel like I can just win every fight, which isn't the case. Like, they're not that busted. They're very, very strong, but not the point where I can just abandon all tactics. I get very lazy with my ogre play, so I need to do better on that front. Alright, I should check the bracket and see if it needs advanced. I haven't looked. Also, I'm being pinged. Cool, I can deal with that later. Alright, looks like we have a couple more games in the bracket. We need Pugington and Sleepy Line and Supreme and Serica. And then we can advance to round 3. What's our map for round 3? I think it's Celestial Lake? Celestial Lake. Okay. What do we like on Celestial Lake? I really like Skaven on Celestial Lake. That's a really good Skaven map. Maybe we'll drop ogres this time. Well, no, I need to practice ogres. We'll keep bringing ogres. We'll bring Skaven. And maybe go Kislev again, because I should also practice Kislev, to some degree at least. Yeah, so we'll go Ogre, Skaven, Kislev here, probably. Alright. What have you guys been talking about, aside from being Belgian? Going through this game, I feel like age doesn't matter as much. It definitely, yeah, doesn't require as much, like, super fast reflexes or anything like that. You just have to be, like, clean with your decision making. Have a pretty clear idea of what you want to do. It doesn't require super fast reflexes. Skaven Fanatic? Happy to hear it. We do enjoy some rats around here. I am definitely also a Skaven fan. I also feel like my camera is, like, going up and up more. Better? Or maybe I'm just slouching more and more as time goes on. Also entirely possible. Would you rate Ogres as top tier faction Dom? Ogres are the best faction in Dom right now. Unless you're bad like I am at them, so. But Ogres are the best faction in Domination right now. They have one matchup I would say is bad. Everything else... One matchup that's bad. One matchup that's even. I'd say pretty much everything else is Ogre favored. Like, Norsk is a bad matchup for them. Tomb Kings is probably even. Maybe a little bit Tomb Kings favored. Pretty much everything else I'd say is Ogre favored. They are the menace of the meta right now. which is mostly just because of Ogre Bulls. They just perform very, very well in melee, much better than they have any right to for their price point. Like 2 Ogre Bulls can beat pretty much every infantry unit in the game, especially if they have Noblar support, like spears and halberds, because they just do so much damage on their charge because they're high charge bonus and high mass. They do a lot of collision damage, so they kind of don't really care what quality infantry they're fighting because they just do so much collision damage. So they just massively overperform in melee. And of course, like, ogres aren't limited to just melee. They have good kiting tools as well. They have strong artillery. Like, they're very flexible, and they're good at all their styles. They're good at kiting. They're good at melee rush. They're good at shooting. Yeah. So, and they have like solid monsters too. So, ogres are a pretty versatile faction that are strong in all their different styles. This could drop the charge with Ogre Bulls by like 14, they still be solid? Yeah. This is win Khorne because you misplayed the match, not because Khorne is good in this matchup. It's definitely a solid matchup for Khorne. They have a lot of solid anti-large. Their halberds are very, very good. My attack are very good. Valky is annoying this matchup. But should still be Ogre favored. I misplayed. Like, in a perfectly balanced world, like on paper, Khorne has a good matchup into Ogres. But because Ogres are overtuned, it should still be Ogre favored. Like back in the day when Khorne was better, it was considered a good matchup for Khorne. Khorne is just in a rough spot, whereas Ogres are in a very, very good spot. So, accuracy gain is huge for them. Accuracy gain on who? Who got an accuracy buff? The only accuracy buff I can think of is Warp Lightning Cannons. Is that what we're talking about? Okay, just one more game to finish and we should be good to go. Map is, yes, let's do like. I'm not trying to play as elves. Elves used to play Goblin Tabletop back in the 90s when using his high elves, so. Well, yeah. Elves feel tough because they're also squishy. So they feel kind of punishing to play. Like if you mess up, you just lose units very, very quickly. Because all elves just have very low HP pools. Alright, games have finished. Advanced Swiss. We have our next opponent, who is Hillidan. Okay. Let's get lobby invite. What was it doing? Oh yeah, we need a draft. So Hillidan actually might change our picks a little bit, because I know he tends to play like dwarves, Kislev, Nurgle, sometimes Chaos Dwarves, I think. So we're definitely picking Skaven here. Skaven are amazing here. What else is good into those things? We probably take Kislev as well. Kislev is just fine into those matchups. What else is good into Kislev, dwarves, etc.? Greenskins. That's the other thing we're taking. So we're taking Skaven, Greenskins, Kislev, I think. Ogres is probably also fine into those, but as I just demonstrated, I need practice with Ogres, and I don't want to take them. These ban all dwarf matchups, I might. Well, I won't, because I'm just going to bring all the dwarf counters. So, Kislev, Skaven. Where's Greenskins? Greenskins. Dwarves, Kislev, Norska. Cool. Alright, grab this. Bring us back over here. And I shouldn't have minimized the page with the answers I need on it, so we have Greenskins, Skaven, Kislev. He has Dwarves. I don't know what I'm doing. Kislev, Norska. And as always, I forgot to check who bans first. It is my opponent. So we are awaiting. The old people played Man of War back in the 90s? Nope. Not here. I wasn't alive in the 90s. And Skaven? Shocker. Let's not ban Skaven immediately. I feel like my opponent might do that because I know he doesn't like Skaven. What do we want to ban? Everything. None of this is fun to me. And green. I genuinely want to ban all of this because none of this is fun. None of this is fun. Yeah, ban Greenson's Norska. Ban Skaven Norska. Pulled the game so fast. Yeah, I've never heard of Man of War. So do you hate elves or just hate your brother? That's the vibe I'm getting. Is your brother keeps playing elves and you say you hate elves? So, is this an elf thing or is this a brother thing? What does Dwarves Kislev look like? I think that's got to be good for Kislev, right? Things in the Woods seem really good. Little Grom is very dominant in artillery duels. Our magic is pretty good. Mother Estonkia is probably incredible in that matchup. I think Chariot characters with Amber Spear are really good there. Dark Great Open are insane there. Kislev Greenskins and Kislev Skaven. So it looks like we're playing Kislev. Spoke of Kislev. That was my impression, yeah. Maybe ban Greenskin Dwarves and Kislev Norska. I don't want to play Greenskin Dwarves. It's not a fun matchup. I suspect he'll ban the mirror. Yeah, ban Greenskin Dwarves. Norska, Kislev. I think we want Kislev Dwarves. Let me phrase that. I think that's the best matchup for us. I don't think we want to play that because it's a fucking miserable matchup. I'm also betting on him banning the mirror, which I think is a reasonable bet. Alternatively, give him the choice of. No, I think this is what we're doing. Love your brother be hated his armies of elves. Yeah. Elves, high elves, dark elves, tree huggers. Hate elves. Either way, we're banning or we're playing Kislev here, so. That's what I expected. Kislev Dowie it is. Alright. Time for no one to have any fun. Okay. Cool. Do we need anything fancy for this matchup? I feel like it's pretty straightforward for us. I feel like there's a lot of things I want to actually hear, and that I can't afford all of them. This will do, though, I think. This is probably enough. In the colonies? Yeah. I am US East. It is 2:15 for me. I'm gonna play Kislev. Game time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm US East, so. So, else I actually desperately want here. I mean, Slayers aren't a huge threat. We don't have that much. Like, we have plenty of infantry to kill Slayers. Yeah, I think we're good here. What's the range on Iron Drakes? I know Hillidan's a big Iron Drake enjoyer. 90 range? Okay, that's not a huge threat to this faction then. American friends on the East Coast. Yeah. Alright. Let the suffering begin. Dwarves Kislev, baby! Here we come. Alright. Alright, so we got Mama Stanky, Little Grom, some Akshina, and some AP infantry. Really just spamming as much AP as we can. Excuse me. Yeah, because dwarves, they're all armored. Nothing too revolutionary there. Not entirely certain Akshinas are what we want. I feel like we might be able to just stat check dwarves with a bunch of Zargard and Armored Cossack opens, but this does give us a little bit more agency to pick our fights. So, though his army is much bigger than mine, so I suspect he's going to be pushing me with a lot of infantry. Which again, this gives us versatility because we can pick our fights, because we can kite him, and then we'll be summoning in a bunch more armor piercing, basically. We have one unit army that isn't armor piercing, and that's a winged lancer just to dive artillery or anything like that. If he like puts up a flame cannon over here, which I wouldn't be that surprised about because he likes flame cannons, they got buffed. Everything else is just armor piercing infantry, armor piercing missiles, armor piercing monster infantry. Nothing very revolutionary. Then we have Mama Ostankia with Amber Spear to just kill infantry. Kill off tiny men. That's the plan. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm hoping these Zargar Grandpas actually do like worth their weight in gold, because it does feel a little bad being this far outnumbered. Because he can cycle Dwarf Warriors a lot more easily than we can cycle anything. So we need to do a lot of damage before we actually like lose our units. Because we can't afford to lose our units like he can. We're so much more of an elite of a faction. Alright, I told him ready to look at fun. There he is ready. Let's give it a go. Thanes. There's the flame cannon. It's a rune lord. Main attack speed. Interesting. Interesting. Well, Astankia's going to push up. Little Grom's going to go over here to get an angle to where he's going to set up that flame cannon. Because he wants that flame cannon right behind the trees. I know exactly what he plans to do with that. Probably get our armor, get our other Akshina out first. Mama Stankia can just walk up and start doing shenanigans. Little Grom, actually, where's he setting up? Is he setting up right there? Because his range is vastly inferior to Little Grom, so Little Grom should be able to take it down wherever it sets up. We got Slayers, we got Cannons. Cannons don't scare me a ton. I mean, they're kind of annoying for, yeah, this. Because they're going to sit here and shoot at Mother Astankia. Which is annoying, but not the end of the world. What's that flame cannon doing? Is it just chilling? I can't tell. Probably come over here a bit. Summon some more Zargard over here on the right side once we take down that flame cannon. For now, just summon the cheaper stuff. You're taking shots. Are you hitting them? I hope you are. What's the cannon's range looking like? A little problematic for us. I'd love for Mother Astankia to be able to do things. Alright, come on, hit that shot. I lost track of the cannonball, but I hope it hits. Doesn't look like it's being hit. You need to not reveal yourself. You're gonna get shot by the flame cannon. The Rune Lord is really squishy. You might be able to actually get him with the net and kill him. Okay, cannons cannot. You could just not. That'd be great. Make sure we don't stay revealed for too terribly long. Some shots there. I'd love it if Little Grom would actually take out the flame cannon. That'd be great. That's a world that I want to live in. Now the cannons are in range. We have to take the cannon duel. We're just going to take a lot of damage. If they back off, then we can just have Astanka sit on the objective and take it. She also does like a surprising amount of damage to the infantry. The cannons are doing a lot of work into the Little Grom, which is not what I signed up for. Chinas can keep being a little cheeky with their shots. Okay, we got a flame cannon there. Are we out of the cannon range? I can't quite tell. Yes, we are. Take out another flame cannon if you could be so kind. Move up a little bit. There's some dwarves over there. That's good. Good, good, good. Dodge that. Really don't want that. Some more AP infantry over here. Damage there. Very good damage there. Flame cannons are going down to Little Grom. Exactly what we wanted. Can we kill that Rune Lord? I'd love to kill that Rune Lord. The cannons pushing up on us? They are. We killed all but one flame cannon, which is a good spot to be in. Dodge that if possible. You get up here. You... Can we get a shot on those dwarf warriors? No, they're moving. Don't do that. A shot on the blasting charges. Really would love to shoot those blasting charges. Okay, Astanka has the worst time in the world actually lining up shots. Zargard, back off. We don't want to be taking shots. We need the things in the woods up here. Flame cannon is not yet dead. There's a nuisance. Okay, we juked a lot of the blasting charges. Get a charge there. Some damage down. Just start getting things in the woods up here. Flame cannon is still online, which is irritating because we have a clean shot. It shouldn't be online anymore. We need to start actually getting off some nice Amber Spears. Ulthar's Raiders are a great target. You're annoying as hell. Go away. Yeah, Astanka does have the problem of she takes like 3 weeks to turn because she's very old and very feeble, which is a nuisance. Okay, flame cannon's offline. Start shooting other things now. Shoot those quarrelers. Get the Zargard up in melee. Astanka, I want her to push up and start intercepting those blasting charges, but the Slayers kind of scare me. So I don't really want to be doing that. Bring you guys around this way. Zargard, get up on here. Kite over there. Things in the woods can come this way. We're winning the melee fight pretty effectively until those blasting charges start showing up. Mother Astanka is slowed and dying, which is not a good place for her to be. We're really not managing her as well as we should be. Kind of want Little Grom to live, first of all. Keep the same range. No, you slightly outrange them, so you can actually go do some shenanigans there. You guys need to be shooting those blasting charges a lot. Although, honestly, the blasting charges don't do that much to our armored infantry. They really, really don't. Alright, I want this Wing Lancer to come and kill those Quarrelers for me. You can do that, right? Chinas are dying. That's a bad place to be. Zargard are doing good damage. Astanka really needs to be doing some more work. You shoot, shoot, shoot. Kill those Ulthar's Raiders. They're a huge threat to us. They are absolutely the biggest threat right now. Okay, you guys can now come threaten that back cap. Kill the miners. Wing Lancers can go run down those Quarrelers for us. Astanka is hopefully doing good work. Yeah, those guys are going down. Get some good old Amber Spears there. Get some more things in the woods up here. Yeah, you're killing them, that's fine. Little Grom is killing the cannons, also fine. On top of those Quarrelers, things in the woods are doing good work there. We're killing a lot of his stuff on the point. I feel like we're trading in value just fine, although... I mean, we took a lot of damage on Astanka, which is not good. But she's still alive, she's still doing her thing. So, like, that's kind of fine, honestly. Those are Slayers. Dodge the Slayers, get on the Quarrelers. Things in the woods are actually pressuring their back point pretty effectively. Net these guys so we stop having to run. You're not hitting those cannons, Grom. You're really not. I don't know why, and I don't appreciate it. Keep moving. Get more things up here. Ignore the Thane. Get on the point. He's still controlling this point. I feel like he really shouldn't be at this point. Right, kill those miners. Get a nice melee range shot off there. Okay, the Thane is gone. Very nice. Shoot into there. Get these things up here. The things will clear a lot of enemies very quickly. Can you fire? Like, ever? She's just refusing to cast, and it's very irritating for me. Alright, good shots coming in from our Akshinas. Their Lord is taking a lot of damage, which we like. That's a plus in my book. Kill those Quarrelers. Things in the woods are killing Dwarf Warriors over there. We took the point. Very, very good. Quarrelers are a little annoying. Those are Dwarf Warriors. We can just charge them with our things. Our things get on these Quarrelers. We don't have anything to summon, which is a bit awkward of a spot to be in. Are you on foot? You are, so the things are actually a huge threat to you as well. Also, those are Slayers. Don't run into the Slayers, please. Over there. Okay, Little Grom can be desummoned because it's completely out of ammo. You guys, shoot the Quarrelers. We need them dead. The Slayers are a little annoying, but not the end of the world. You're also Slayers. Where is Astankia? Get these Zargard. Get them over this way to prevent that back cap. Kill off those Quarrelers for us. They're shooting Astankia. We don't like that. Armored Cossar Grey opens, can move up. Shoot the Slayers. The things can move. Kill this goddamn Thane. It's very irritating to me. We need things to summon. Astankia feels like she was the wrong pick. Definitely feel like Astankia was a misplay. Amber Spear has been... I mean, I like Amber Spear. This is not the map for it. Very, very hard to get good shots with Amber Spear on this map, I find. I found that consistently, and I haven't learned my lesson. We've got a back cap coming in. Honestly, the Akshinas probably just destroy the Slayers, right? Zargard are very off in their own world. Put it back there. Stop texting me while I'm busy, please. Yeah, we are heavily supply capped, which is a really unfortunate spot for us to be in. Stop texting me right now. Little Grom resummon isn't that helpful to us. We're down in objective tickets. I think we want to take the fight on the far side, and we have to overpay for some units because we just need them out here right now. Are you Slayers? No, you're not. You're Dwarf Warriors. Yeah, this is not going so hot for us. Should have banned Dwarves. They're just not fun to play against, ever. Right, Zargard can push up across the opening. Mother Astankia needs to not die. I find not dying to be a very effective tactic in most scenarios. Yeah, my magic choices were definitely underwhelming. We need to get on objectives quickly. I also feel like Astankia has a really hard time casting Amber Spear. She, like, adjusts so slowly, and then she casts so slowly. Like, she's just not casting. So, like, part of it is the map, and part of it is Astankia just being a crotchety old hag and not working with me. There we go. Like, it does decent work when she gets it off, but she's not. But honestly, at this point, we just take so long to cycle. His ability to just keep bringing out new infantry units is very problematic for us. Like, all the cheap miners, you just cannot keep up with the amount of hit points you can throw on the field. So I just don't have things to summon. We have tons of money, and the only thing to summon is a little Grom, and little Grom is not useful to us here. Yeah, we have to massively overpay to get it. We need those Thunderers dead, but there's Slayers in the way. Stonkia I've also left alone and haven't microed. She's taking a ton of damage, yeah. Oh, she's being slowed by many things. Yep, not looking so hot. Yep. Playing dwarves is fun. Not a great day for us. Metro spells are always funky, but I feel like it's worse for Astankia. Because like I've done this kind of thing with the caster hero, and it's worked wonders. But just Astankia is really, really ornery when it comes to actually like lining up shots. The things in the woods also felt like they underperformed. We shut down the flame cannon, which was good. The Quarrelers, I was not expecting the Quarrelers to be as much of a problem as they were. Cannon did a lot of work too. I guess it did like a lot of HP damage to Logrom that didn't result in a kill. Look, next time we probably just take an Ice Witch with maybe Blizzard. There were a lot of blobs, and Blizzard's just a much easier blob punish spell. So like maybe Blizzard. Hailstorm's not got enough AP, so maybe we do this, and then that gives us more room to bring out more Zargard early. We can have more Cav to actually go and threaten the backline, but it felt like really hard to threaten the backline because the map isn't that wide, so the Quarrelers like all stacked up next to Slayers. Like threatening his backline felt actually quite difficult. Also, I probably could have brought a Chariot. Like a Chariot would have been really good here. I feel like he didn't have much to answer. The cannon would have been good. Oh, we can also bring Gust of Truthlight, and then the cannon isn't a problem anymore. Yeah, this seems like a better setup. Obviously, we need to fix the spend a little bit. The armor costs our Grey Opens didn't feel that great. We need some kind of frontline infantry, but maybe we just bring basic ones because they're tankier. Less things in the woods. Do like this, and some dervishes, maybe something like that. Dwarves are so weird, they storm so hard. Yeah, it's really annoying to play against. There's no cracked new 8% more save nice magic, still too expensive. Which one is that? It's Crystal Sanctuary. It's expensive. It means you can't move. And like, what situation is this actually useful in, I feel like? The only... Like, you want to pop this when you're going to be taking a ton of damage on one unit, but that doesn't happen a whole lot. And you really don't want to plan on one of you taking a ton of damage. And usually when your unit is taking a ton of damage, the answer is to move it to safety rather than just pop this and tank. And there's not a lot of units that want to be stuck in one place for 35 seconds. It's a self-net, which is very, very not helpful. And it's expensive. Like, the one thing this kind of spell can be used for is answering enemy spells, but it's almost more expensive than most of the damage spells that you'd be using it against. Use dervishes for backline pressure. Their damage output against armored targets is really low. I mean, it's probably not that much worse than Winged Lancers. Yeah, I probably could have. Yeah, I spent a lot of money on my front line. I feel like I don't need all 4 Kshinas. Why did my start get so expensive? Oh, because I reset the price of the caster. Yeah, Gust enables us to actually take the artillery duel and get rid of the cannon, which then allows our cavalry and chariots to exist. And war sleds are a big problem for dwarves. I should have brought war sleds. I don't know why I didn't. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, would you rather spend your WOM on potentially saving like a, you know, say it's like a, say worst case scenario, it's like a Zargard. It's like 1,000 gold Zargard, which are already low model count, so not taking a ton of damage from it. Or would you rather spend your WOM to just delete an enemy unit with Blizzard or Heart of Winter or something else? Like, also, it's the assumption that you actually like can do it. Like, there's an execution factor there, where it has a cast time, it has a limited range, so you need to be in the right position, you need to be attentive to noticing the spell, but also attentive to noticing the spell, but not able to dodge it. So it's like, it's a very high execution requirement spell, whereas Blizzard is much more reliable. The ultimate would just be okay, yeah. Yep. Who's pinging me? Lovely. How is the tournament progressing? There we go. Looks like we got a couple more games to go. Actually, no, we got a lot of games to go, looks like. So, how are we doing on time? Yeah, we got another 10 minutes or so. Alright, I think I am going to... What about like an Incarnate or an Elemental Bear? Those are the ones that specifically would rather just get to safety most of the time. Like, if they're in an SEM duel, like if they're dueling, you know, Be'lakor or something, sure. But I can't think of a scenario where that's a problem. Like, SEs are not that threatening for Kislev because you have such strong shooting. So you're not really relying on those things to win a 1v1 with another monster. So that's not really a worthwhile commitment of your resources, when instead you could just bring Feltzy or Lil Grom or Akshinas and just shoot the thing instead of banking on your SE to win the fight. So, like, the one time I could see it being useful is like Lil Grom to like win an artillery duel, but you don't ever need to do that because you have Gust of True Flight, which just does it cheaper and lets you win artillery duels for cheaper. And Empire's hard in playing Kislev. Cathay is definitely tough these days. Empire, I don't know that matchup. Dwarves are just annoying to play against in general. I don't know. I do need to practice more Kislev though too. I need to practice a lot of things. Alright, but I also need to use the bathroom and get something to eat. So I will be right back, hopefully in time for our next game. BRB. Alright. We are back. Where is the thermostat? Alright, one more game to finish up, and then we're good to go. So, doesn't look like we're going to be in finals. We lost 2 games, but we'll cast finals. As long as we have time, which we should. We're making good time in this tournament. I don't have to be anywhere till 6:30, so we've got several hours, so we should be just fine to cast finals. I turned 23 at the end of August. Yeah, I turned 23 last Tuesday. I am a little baby. I'm like one of the youngest players in RTK. It's kind of crazy. Feels like everybody else who plays this game is so much older than me. Means meme builds now? Not necessarily. Does mean I'm less concerned about playing things that I'm not good at and more concerned with getting good practice. Older than Platy. Like I said, most people in total war community feel like they're old. Seem like they're older than me. I only know like a handful of people that are younger than me. But they thank you. Yeah, it feels like everybody I talk to in total war community is much older than me. I think the average is like 25 to 30, maybe a little bit older than 30. And then I'm just down here, little baby. There are a couple people that are younger than me. Oh, I think Chicken Feed's younger than me. Sharks is younger than me. Krakens is a bit younger than me. Like everybody else in RTK is like several years older than me. Indeed, lots of boomers. Yes, practice. I do find practicing helps when tourney games. That's why what you're seeing today is happening, because I haven't actually practiced much. I've just been playing tournaments with no practice. It's not good. Nice. Not all boomers, then. Alright, come on, man. Finish the game. Report the score. What are we looking at for finals? Who's still undefeated? Ulrich, Berserk. Chicken Feet's still undefeated. Nice. Nice. And we got Sleepy Lion, Serica, Housecat, Puggington, Ekin, B6A6, Hillidan. Looks like Hillidan's kind of screwed on opponent's score. Sleepy Lion's got good op score, Serica's good op score. So. Finish game. Does more damage or is increased melee attack per hit? Charge bonus is The charge bonus, my understanding, is that charge bonus increases your melee attack and your weapon strength by whatever your charge bonus is. So for Wing Lancers, it increases their melee attack and weapon strength by 70. And it decays over 13 seconds. So at the start, you have 70 extra, and then you have, I think it's like 7.5% lost per second. And then after, I think it's 13 seconds, the charge bonus fully wears off. So that is my understanding of how charge bonus works, though I could be wrong. These are very stale. I have these. Well, I have what remains of like sweet potato chips, but they are very old and stale. Finish game. Finish game. Yeah, there's so many random mechanics that are hard to figure out that aren't really explained in game. Yeah, and it uses the same AP ratio. Collision attacks, they're fun, except for Ogre Bulls. Other than that, collision attacks are a lot of fun. You got dual crash, rip. It almost feels bad crashing out of a tournament game. Nothing feels worse. Let's say I said stream standing on a hill for ranges to more damage. What is that? Yeah. So every unit that's fighting up, like up on elevation, does more damage. So ranged units attacking from a hill into the low ground deal more damage, and on the other hand, like ranges that are on the low ground shooting uphill deal less damage. That also applies in melee. If you're attacking uphill, you have a harder time hitting. You use more vigor, and I think you deal less damage. If you're attacking downhill, you get bonuses to that. I don't know what the numbers are exactly. I just know that hill good. So it also, going uphill drastically reduces charge bonus and momentum for collision damage. Like trying to go uphill with a chariot is just useless, whereas going downhill with a chariot is so much damage for free. I don't know the exact numbers. I think Tim does, but Tim's not around. I don't know who. I don't know the exact numbers. I just know that being on a hill is good. Being downslope is usually bad. Free finish game. Ogre Bulls don't have collision attacks? I thought they did. Collision damage is everything. I'm not sure. Elevation is plus 30, plus minus 30%. Okay. Anyway, relative to elevation. I wonder where it caps out at. Yeah, that's the one thing that makes that that map we were playing on, Twilight Forest, with the super steep hills, the one from the Ogre game, really like different from all the others, is because they have super steep hills. So it's like you really need to contest the hills, or you're kind of in trouble. Like attacking onto the hill is just so brutal, and fighting in the valley is not an intelligent decision, as we saw. Finish game, please. Please finish game. I am not a patient person. Yeah, they have like five more minutes, and then the timer is up for the round. Actually, wait. They're at 12:30. This is round 3. So actually, we're already over the time limit. I'll ping them. There's just extra chariots and some monsters. That's why chariots are crap by now. Yes, but with high armor and light armor infantry, they know some play for themselves. But I know some ogre units have collision attack. Okay, they finished their game. Good. I know some ogre units have collision attacks. Maybe it's just their incredible charge ones, but I know like I didn't. I thought Ogre Cav used to say it had collision attacks. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe it's just ogre charges. Interesting. From opening charge mouse. Maybe you're right. You may be right. Aha! The score has been reported. Time for the next round. What do we got? We got Navigator. They have your Ulrich Berserk, feed B6. Cool. Alright. This. What map are we on? We didn't talk about map. It is Borderlow. Okay. Maybe play some Cathay here. We haven't played Cathay yet. Actually, have we played Cathay on stream at all? I don't know if we have. So maybe we'll pick some Cathay here. Maybe like Cathay Skaven. Greenskins? I don't really want to play Greenskins. Hey, Skaven. Maybe Lizards. Maybe play some Lizards. Hmm. Maybe we play Ogres because we need practice on Ogres. Because I suck. My opponent? Not sure where my opponent is. I'll message them. They should be here soon. Fix greenskins so the other lords are viable and not take Warzag all the time. I don't have a strong opinion there. I don't really care for greenskins, like, or flavor-wise that much, so I have no horse in that race. I also don't think any of the other lords are that interesting, to be honest. Like, Grimgore's pretty boring. Just a melee duelist on foot. Skarsnik is a lot of the same. Grom is neat. Well, he's not like obnoxiously overpowered. I like Grom. Grom's pretty cool. Azag is also kind of boring to me. Yeah, I just don't have that strong feelings about creating characters, so. Doing a bow? Rip. Alright, have a good one, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Where's my opponent? They're still not in my lobby. Hmm. Oh, opponent. Wherefore art thou, opponent? There they are. Alright. We're doing Cathay. The rats. And ogres, I guess. Zinch, Lizards, Kislev. Who bans first? I do. As per usual. We got GC, Skaven, Ogres. We got Zinch, Lizardman, and Kislev. Alright, what sucks here? What sucks? Skaven Lizardman's good. Skaven Kislev is good. Skaven Zinch, probably fine. Not 100% certain. Cathay Lizardman is annoying. Let's ban Cathay Lizardman. Ogre's Lizard should be fine for us. Actually, yeah, Ogre's Lizard is really bad for lizards because Light Belchers just ruin everything they love. And their mobility's not strong enough to catch us. That's a style that I'm pretty comfortable playing. Cathay Kislev is close, but I think it's probably pretty good for Cathay. Skaven Zinch. And Ogre's Lizards, yeah. Cathay Zinch just felt pretty good for me. As Cathay. Ogre Zinch is a bit rough, but not unwinnable. I don't really want to play Ogre's Kislev. That just sounds miserable, so we'll ban it. And I don't really want to play Cathay Kislev either, because it's annoying. Like, I feel like most of these matchups on paper are good for me. I just don't want to play some of them. Just not things I enjoy playing. Okay, Things in the Woods. I feel like they never pay for themselves. I haven't used them a ton, to be honest. I haven't played that much Kislev. They seem pretty good. But I do find they're quite squishy. They die really quickly. They do, like, slot into Kislev's roster really well. Because, like, Kislev always had the problem of not being able to bring, like, enough mid-tier infantry because it's all missile capped. Like, they do solve that problem of, like, having another AP frontliner that's not a missile unit. So it's helpful in that regard. But, like, in a vacuum, I'm not sure. I haven't used them that extensively. They definitely didn't feel that good in the Dwarf game. Skaven Lizards and GC Zinch. Skaven Kislevs or Ogre Zinch. Well, we want Skaven Kislev. That's a much better matchup for us. Give us them rats. This is actually a matchup I've been meaning to test. This was super Skaven favored before the DLC. And I'm curious to see how much it changed after the DLC. What caster do I want here? I know the answer to that. See, do I have this build saved? I feel like I saved this build. No, I don't have it saved. Do I? Actually, I'll bet I posted a screenshot in the RTK Discord. Nope. Okay. Well, I think I remember what my build is. Get our banner. Pretty good starter for us, I think. The basic theory with this matchup is that Kislev has a very hard time clearing large amounts of bodies, so we can bog down a lot of their infantry in melee with our just spears and clan rats and Skaven slaves and all that. I'm just gonna wear them down and use that to protect our missile pieces. With things in the woods, though, we might need to actually include some slingers, which we previously didn't really do in this matchup too much. But it shouldn't be a huge issue to implement those. Why do Skaven slaves cost 16 to Chevron? That's very irritating. Alright, we're good to go. Yeah, Giselle type units have always been very, very good against the low model count elite units of Kislev. Cav is a bit annoying, but we have so many bodies to drown them in. With Rat Ogre support, they're not a huge issue. All our shooting is pretty effective against them as well. So, I still think we're probably pretty comfortable in this matchup. The one thing that's a little scary is the Ixchina. Ixchinas are a bit spooky. Always a bit spooky. What a Plague Claw here. Plague Claw could be decent. Don't feel like we need it though. Could shuffle around our summon order, but nah, we're fine. What could possibly go wrong after all? What could possibly go wrong? Oh, time to finish my chips. No. Like I said, this is a match I want to test. I've been meaning to test because Skaven can still beat Kislev, and that's a pretty big deal because Kislev is quite strong at the moment. So having Skaven be able to like take one off of them means they're actually a pretty solid pick. So I think they're pretty good to Cathay as well. Pretty good to Beastman. Pretty good to Tzeentch. So Skaven actually feels good into a lot of the top factions if they can beat Kislev. Aside from Ogres, they just get shit stomped by Ogres, but so does everybody else. Please no crash. Please no crash. Warhammer 3, please. Please. Alright, we're good. Alright, so yeah. So we have a 40 stack, and he has a 20 stack. So, like, his units need to be a high damage output in order to deal with all of our rat bullshit. And Kislev's infantry just isn't that high damage output in melee. Nor is their cav. Their cav is okay, but, like, they have a lot of work to do. So things in the woods are like the one thing that from the DLC that might sway this matchup heavily. Or like if they can bring Akshinas and have them snipe my globes, that could be also annoying. What's the safest position from edges from the non-stock sales? Probably here. I hide behind the crest of the hill while the other one screens out Little Grom. Characters can hang out here. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Go ahead and guard mode our missiles. Why are you not cool? This can actually probably be further up since it's stocked. Opponent is ready. GLHF. Get rid of our Naked Gracier. Get that sweet, sweet power grab action. What do we want first? That depends on what he has. Like, more rats is always solid, but if he has a bunch of cabs, then we need rat ogres. Or a warp lightning. Or if he has monsters, we need warp lightning too. I wonder how the current elemental is here, actually. Skaven aren't great at killing those big SEs. I wonder. Grab some more Skaven slaves. Mount on either side. I wish I could see anything. I wish I could see actually anything. Okay, so Patriarch with heals. There's a hag witch of interesting. So we need mass. Start shooting Astankia. She's gonna be here. We're gonna shoot her. Armored Kossars. Why is there a character blob? That's not something I really expected to see in this matchup. It doesn't seem that good. Armored Kossar, Arwar, Winged Lancers. A lot of infantry. You know, we can throw down with infantry. We are definitely capable of that. That's definitely a fine thing for us to throw down with. Don't think we want the Warp Lightning out yet. Let's just get some more Rogers so we can stop that character blob from getting up to too many shenanigans. Yeah, like this build of my opponents is very susceptible to just being globed. I can just go up there, say it's Globin time, and globe all over them. What magic do you have? Flock of Doom on you. Also Flock of Doom on you. Lovely. Okay, you're obstructed and you're too far back to actually hit anything. Go and shoot the Winged Lancers. Get the Rat Ogres on our flanks to protect us from the Winged Lancers. Winged Lancers are like a nuisance. They are, of course, a threat to our infantry or to our missiles. Move up. Move up. Characters can move up a bit. Winged Lancers, yeah, get some shots there. Where's all of his money? Is all of his money just in this single entity blob? That's very strange to me. Also, we need to cap that point. Rogers come up here. Cav is coming in. That's fine. We can handle that. Yeah, this character blob is very odd to me. Very, very odd. Cav is coming in. It is getting destroyed by globes, as is the way of things. Death globes. But now, the thing is, this character blob is kind of stuck. Although they did kill that globe very, very quickly. Which is a tad concerning. But we can still overrun their formation very, very easily with just the one. And pop poison here. Chieftain can get in there as well. And just start moving up these rats onto the point. This globe is still a huge threat to everything he knows and loves. Give me some more spears. More spears. My Giselle is being jumped on. It's kind of spooky. Not the end of the world. We can just start moving up. Our infantry, the wolf rats did not do as much in melee as I thought they were going to do, to be perfectly honest. Giselle, turn and shoot the Patriarch. The Patriarch is only half to kill, really. Why are you guys not chasing? I didn't put you guys on guard mode. You need to move up. And pop Wither there, just for the Vigor debuff. Give me some more spears. Globes are still online, which is fine. Globes with that much HP are still a huge threat to everything. Rat Ogres, hang back a bit. Globes, start shooting. Lord, get up there. Bunch of things in the woods coming around, so we can start summoning slingers. Is this terribly important right now? No, it's not. Amazing how I can go days without anybody texting me. Then as soon as I start streaming, I'm just so popular. Globes are doing good work. They're wasting all their ammo on Skaven slaves. We'll get in the fight over there. There's some poison there. Get you guys up, up, up. Slingers, come start shooting these things. Oh, those are just Giselles fighting them. Oh, that's not a great time. Spears over here. Chieftain, come fight the Patriarch. Globes doing globe things. As globes do. This fight is a little more, like, segmented than I maybe would like. Globes can kill this Cav, no problem. Where's our chieftain? Our Lord. Lord is right there. Patriarch. Oh, that's not a Patriarch, that's a caster. Either way, it can die. You guys keep moving up, bog them down so they can't kill our globe. Get more spears. Things are being drowned in slinger fire. Patriarch is dying to the chieftain, that's good. Get some spears over here. Globes are firing in, that's very, very good. They'll do excellent damage. Globes are taking a lot of damage from not sure what. A little bit of lag coming in. Oh. It's a bit awkward. It definitely felt like it was in my favor. But I feel bad calling that because obviously I'm the admin, but also I was playing, so it feels bad calling that in my favor. Yeah, the typical rule is once like the first main engage has happened, which that did, then restarting is no longer a valid option. Like, it's not fair to restart at that point because you know your opponent's plan. It'll change things a lot. So it definitely felt pretty late to be restarting. Actually, he's offline on Discord now. I wonder if his just internet went out. So, wait and see what he says. That's a bit awkward. That sucks. Yeah, but I definitely felt an advantage. Like, I was up a ton of value. His infantry can't hold, and my reinforcements are generally better than his. But I'll see what he has to say. Maybe we just replay it. It wasn't that far in. Any of the other games finished? Let me refresh. Yeah, it looks like he's offline. Okay, he just got back online in Discord. I wonder if his like whole PC crashed or if his internet went out or something. None of the other games are done yet, so. Yeah, let's just replay it. It's not the end of the world. This doesn't matter for finals, so let's just replay it. If he wants to. I asked him if he wants to. Alright. Yeah, this has no finals implications. We're both out anyway, so we might as well just play rather than wait. Hey, heading to bed? Thanks for hanging out, dude. See ya. We're gonna zoom out so far without tac map. The debug cam. So, what did I just do? Basically, most tournament players use the dev cam, which you have to enable in the INI files. And it's just the dev cam, so you can scroll wherever you want. You can scroll through terrain. If you look up on YouTube, like go to War debug camera, you'll find a ton of guides on it on how to set it up. But it's very useful for tournament play. You actually able to see your whole army, so most tournament players tend to use that. How much armor? Which armor does this donkey have? That's not Kislev. Donkey's 40. Caster's 30. Okay. Yeah, the wolf rats did a lot of damage to them, but they also got destroyed very quickly. Thanks, no problem. I get that question a lot, to be honest. It's kind of funny. And that's always like the first thing I usually tell people that like I'm playing with new players is like you want to get into tournament play, you usually want the debug camera just to be able to see everything. Because the basic camera doesn't actually scroll out far enough to be able to see your whole army at once, and that's a huge disadvantage. Alright, and we'll try to deploy and reinforce largely in the same order, just for fairness sake, because like knowing what I know now, summoning Rat Ogres first is the correct play, but I'll try to remember what I summoned before. I think I summoned Skaven Slaves, Spears, and then Rat Ogres. We'll get our Spears out, and then look at the Rat Ogres. Alright. We are good to go. Oh, we're gonna put these on guard mode. Wonder what those was large ones gave us those spears. 6? Yeah, you know, it could be worse, I suppose. Alright, so you think of fun. Let's try it again, folks. If we crash again, we'll probably just call it, but I mean, nobody else is done, so it's not like we have finals to cast anyway. We're not really holding anything up, so no harm in replaying. Alright, we want ogres. What? James. These guys, you can totally see around that corner. Oh my god, the Patriarch has so many less hit points. Kill him. Shoot the Patriarch. Really? One bullet? That's all you got? Yeah, killing the Patriarch is definitely the play, because we can force the heals out much more easily, because he has so many fewer hit points. Like, he'll take like 2, maybe 3 volleys to get the Patriarch real low, whereas if he tries to shoot a Stonkia, it's going to take a lot more bullets from our Giselle to actually get her low enough to force the heals. So, shoot the Patriarch, please. The Rat Ogre up here. Our Chieftain up here. Get the globes out. Camp come around the side. Kill our Rat Ogres on that side of the map. You're a bit obstructed. You're still shooting just fine. Push these guys up. What's he summoning? More mobility, I assume? Yes. Can't see what it is, but it's moving heckin' quick. Chieftain, get on top of them. Go ahead and wither him. Want to see a neat play, folks? I am very pleased with that. The Vanguard summon of the net. I'm very, very pleased with that play. That was very cheeky, and I'm unreasonably happy about that. Alright, these guys need to keep pushing up. And actually go kill the infantry. Giselles keep killing the Patriarch. Got that cav flank pretty well. Get the Wolf Rats to come in and help with these characters. Get in on here, get you. Push you. Push up on the line. Push up, push up, push up. Go and drop that there. Push you guys. Get the Chieftain back. And get our globes up front. Things in the Woods summon coming down is annoying. Not the end of the world. Also, last time it didn't occur to me that that was a summon. Let's see how the Wolf Rats actually do at fighting the things in the woods. Move you forward. We need the rest of our Rat Ogres on the field, to be honest. Get you out of here. Get up there. You're doing good work. Spears, protect. Just walk you through the infantry. Maybe we shouldn't have actually pushed up with our front line. Like, I want to kill his stuff up there, but also it means that we're really spread out and fighting on 2 fronts. We could have just killed the divers first and then worried about it. Dales, please keep running. I should have saved up for Rat Ogres. I don't know why I just summoned that. Globes keep shooting. Caster keep casting. I want to keep casting because we're really just trying to get the lore passive going. To lower the vigor of their whole army, because it's very, very strong. You are not hitting. You are missing a lot of your shots, and I don't appreciate it. Alright, this blob can help deal with the cav. Some spears up here. Yeah, I feel like this is going a lot worse for me. I feel like we took the fight a lot worse. Wolf Rats can help kill the Winged Lancers. Grinder can help come with this blob over here, but yeah. Our globes definitely didn't get as much work done this time. The rest of our Rat Ogres out here. You're obstructed. Shoot whatever you can. You guys back in here. Where's our Chieftain? Chieftain is somewhere. Who the heck knows? Oh, he's underneath their characters, so get some poison in there to help out with that. We'll have to resummon our globes, and that's fine. It's not the end of the world by any means. You guys up here, those guys are dying, so just push up. Infantry can get back in the fight. Globes have rallied, that's huge. Because these, like, 32 globes is still enough to kill everything that we ever wanted to kill. You guys get up there in melee. Push up. Move up. Giselles can keep firing at whatever. Globes are taking gunfire, which isn't good, but they got their own volley off. Which is very good. Caster doesn't have anything to cast. Awesome. You're back online too. Where is our Warp Grinder? Go ahead and use your things. Alright, get the Warp Lightning Cannon online. Oh, we have Rat Ogre sitting back here not doing anything. Damn it. Alright, Warp Lightning Cannon. Shoot Astankia. Guard mode. Astankia. You're not supposed to be here. You're gonna die to the Winged Lancers, that's fine. Just the world we live in at the moment. Need some more spears. You're obstructed, so just move a little bit forward and fire at will. You don't need to be chasing those guys. And don't let the Wolf Rats fight them alone, that's a bad plan. There's some slingers out here to help with the things in the woods. Things in the woods are kind of scary, especially the ROR. Alright, you can get a counter charge in there, that's fine. Globes are doing good work. Get the armor debuff there. I definitely feel like we did a little bit better the first time, but it's fine. Live and learn. How's our Chieftain doing? Oh, he's doing fine. Those characters are not that good fighters, so we're just fine here. Put you over here, shoot them. Slingers, please. You turn and shoot the RWR over there. Get some of you desummoned. Our globes are getting killed, but that's not the end of the world. Just get more spears. Spears, spears, spears. Spears are the way. Okay, we need to desummon this globe because we need a fresh one. Actually, just shattered, which is actually the worst case scenario. Actual worst case scenario. Because now it's going to take even longer to get back online. But honestly, just spears. Like, their whole army is just kind of weak to spears, aside from a handful of units. Okay, our Chieftain is suddenly in a bit of trouble. Not a good place to be. You guys all push in. Yeah, I took this fight a bit sloppy. Now I'm paying for it. But spears. Anyway, spears. Oh nice, they left my Chieftain alone. Okay, those guys are getting run off. Dervishes can start dying. Slingers can shoot the things in the woods. Summon some of you. Decrew and run towards help. Some of these spears need to push up. We do need to start retaking the objectives at some point. Go ahead and wither you. Get our characters out of there. We don't actually want them in there at all. It's a bad place for them to be. What are you doing? How did you get there? I know the answer is that they chase something off, but I'm just not happy about it. Can you recrew yet? No, not just yet. Wolf Rats. Get in the back of these cav units. I think we may have went too heavy on the shooting here. There's just too many things for them to disrupt, and we have to peel back too much. When what we really want to be doing is just constantly pushing forward with our endless massive bodies. Alright, these single entities are not worth our time in the backline anymore. We have nothing to protect. Just walk past them and go take the fight on the points. I considered bringing Cleansing Ruin, and I was like, kills of singularities aren't a problem, right? And now I regret that decision. I really could use another globe, but the problem is I can't protect it. Like, summoning it would just be extremely risky. Spears and wolf rats go kill the things in the woods. More specifically, go kill the things in my backline. Yeah, now that we have nothing to protect in our backline, though, we can just kind of start swarming the point, which is honestly probably a better situation for us. Ironically. Like, his build is just really good at diving our backline, which is a nuisance. But now that we've kind of abandoned our backline, honestly not a bad spot. The wolf rats are doing very, very well against the things in the woods. I'm quite liking them. Slinger's moving up. You guys all moving up. How are you routing when you have 30 leadership? Come on, game. Alright. We can just overwhelm the basic Kossars pretty easily. Bodies. Just move forward in one inexorable mass. Get you guys up here in the back of these armored Kossars. And do we want to go for a back cap? No, we don't. But we do want more. No, we need the Rat Ogres. We need Rat Ogres. They're our only AP melee. We could really use that at the moment. Keep moving up. Where's that Rat Ogre? I guess it's that one up there, isn't it? You guys kill the Winged Lancer. Kill that Winged Lancer. Alright, just keep moving up. We need to start wearing down these infantry. We need to get on these points pretty quickly. Like, not holding the objectives is going to start hurting us a lot here real soon. So we need to get up here and stop fighting this cav blob and start killing the infantry. There's not really anything we want to protect that desperately, so we can just move past them. How are you alive? There we go. Get on the point. Keep casting, keep lowering their vigor all over the place. I feel like the wolf rats are doing real well for me this game. I definitely am glad I brought some of them. You guys to try and attempt a sneaky bat cap. Okay, we are starting to cap. We're getting to the point where we might need a 3 cap anyway, which is a bad place to be in, and our chieftain is routing. He's not dead, so he's still providing all of his buffs, which is very good for us. Get these guys in the back of these Kossars. And I think we're going to send a wolf rat for some cheeky bat cap action. So we are starting to cap the center, which is very good, but it's not happening very quickly, which is less good. I'd love to get a globe online, but he's just so much mobility on the field, it's just not feasible right now. Right, ignore the unbreakable bullshit and walk past. Just send some rats over there. Because the one thing he can't do is match our width. Like, we can always just be more places than he can. So we want to threaten multiple objectives to try and spread him out. Because his stuff is just more elite and can't be everywhere. Our chieftain needs to run. Like, our chieftain just needs to live. You guys, intercept those armored Kossars. Don't let them get on that objective. You guys, keep on coming over here. Head that way. More rats, please. Like, yeah, Kislev's inability to reinforce effectively is really starting to bite them in the butt. I think he's realizing that, so he's sending his characters over there, which is bad for us. We need to get there and cap before he does. We really need to make sure he doesn't cap first. So we need our rat ogres to get over there. We'll use our reinforcements to take the center. If he just sends a massive amount of cav to back cap us, that could be very bad for us. So send me some of these guys over here. Our caster is doing fine. Okay, his character blob. Okay, he's not capping before us. He's going to try and go for the back cap. It's fine. Not the end of the world. There's an Incarnate Elemental right now. Why now summon the Incarnate Elemental? Like, any point up till now would have been a fine time for an Incarnate Elemental. But, like, this late of an Incarnate Elemental summon is very strange to me. He's trying to kill my caster. That's fine. Honestly. He can't sustain that cav on the point against my infantry. We can drive him off. It's just a matter of time. Kill The armor Cossars. Ignore the current elemental. Yeah, they cap, but I don't think they can hold. I don't think they can hold. So this blob needs to come this way. His reinforcements aren't that fast or that scary. We need to get on that point, though. We need to kill that armored Cossar as well. So you sit here. Get our infantry out. We don't need all of it dying to the Incarnate Elemental straight away. We are starting to retake, which is good. This Warp Grinder will do a ton of damage if we can get it into that blob fight. So you guys just come past onto the point. More spears, please. Come out this way. You? Oh, awesome. You're out of Whelm. We can desummon you for money. Shit, we're losing a lot of stuff there. We are catching up on points, but we can't actually afford to lose that just yet. Grinder, please grind. Grinder, grind! There we go. These guys need to just walk past and get on the point. Problem is we're losing a lot of stuff to mass routes, and now we're starting to lose the center. We can't dedicate everything from there. And we're losing 3. We need to 3-cap for at least a little bit, so we need to cap this one before we lose the far one, and that's looking pretty tough to do at the moment. Because we moved everything back to deal with the back cap. I think we needed to do, but... Time to do the cap weight dance at this point. Wolf Rats, if you rally, you will be the saviors of our game. Or we lag. Our grinders are doing a lot of work. I need that Wolf Rat to rally. Damn it, the Wolf Rat didn't rally. I think we're in trouble here. We just need to slow them down, slow down their cap as much as possible on that point while we try to take the other one. I can't do the math at the moment about 3-capping, but no, yeah, we definitely need to 3-cap. We need to hold it for a good while. So everything over here, but I don't think we're going to be able to pull it off. I think we're just too late. The 3-cap, but we traded. How much cap weight can we shove onto 3? And how quickly? The thing is, we can't kill what's there. We can't with just what we have. Yeah. I feel like I was too missile heavy. The chariot characters did a lot more than I was expecting against my missile pieces, and they were really annoying. So I feel like a Flensing Ruin caster is the way to go. And I feel like one Giselle is fine. I don't feel like I need the second Giselle. And I feel like I reinforce these guys instead of starting them. I have Rat Ogres in my starter instead. And then we're golden. Like, the Rat Ogres did amazingly. The Rat Ogres were awesome. Warp Lightning Cannon summon was just a mistake. I'm still very proud of the Warp Grinder play. Very, very pleased with the Warp Grinder play. Wolf Rats did well. Yeah, their ability to clear our bodies has definitely improved. Jeez. Yeah, Astankia is a problem. Yeah, this character squad did a lot more to kill rats than I expected them to. Alright, pretty shit day for me, honestly. I mean, I feel like we did better like the first time around. If we finished the first game, I feel like I'd be in a better position. I protected my globes, but oh well. Oh well, we were out of finals long ago anyway, so. Who's messaging me? Wait, where are we on the bracket? Bracket actually looks like we're the last one's done. So looks like we are actually ready to advance to top 4. Ulrich, Chicken Feed, Berserk, Icon. Let me make sure everybody has. I mean, who did anybody drop? Because drops tend to mess with win numbers. So Ulrich has. Okay, Ulrich actually is supposed to have 4. He does have 4. Moose, Exul, and Taurus. Where is Renegade Moose? Okay, so even if they were messed up from one game, it wouldn't matter. I think we are ready to advance top 4. So, we got our top 4. We got Chicken Feed Berserk, and then Akin Ulrich. And it is casting time. Alright. Ping the players, give me spec slots. Nice. And the rest of the tournament shake out. That's the wrong button. This is the wrong button. Puggington just got, yeah, so Housecat, Puggington, Hillidan all just lost on opponent score. Jeez, 13 opponent score. 11 opponent score, 10 opponent score. That's crazy high. Alright, let's see if we can find. I don't watch Chicken Feed's game. What are the maps for the final? Oh, the semifinal is a best of 1. Grand final is the best of 3. Semis is Road. We're looking for lobbies that have Road to Talipine. There's none of them. They're probably set up lobbies, so I'm going to use this opportunity to run to the restroom. I will be right back. Alright, we are back. And I still see no lobbies with spectator slots after refreshing. So I'm going to go bother Chicken Feed to get me a lobby slot. Alright. It's finals time, so we can get rid of this. We can grab this. And we'll have to update this. We don't need the scores just yet, because it is a best of one for the semis. And I need somebody to send me a lobby code. I see no lobbies. Spectator slot? Spectator slot. That's not what I was supposed to do. I joined as a player instead of as a spectator. Not the plan. That might not fit on the banner. Maybe we just do chicken. For today, he's just chicken. That's spelled right? I'm looking at it, it feels like it's spelled wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how you spell chicken. Okay. I don't know why that looks wrong to me, but it does. But it's correct. Who's his opponent? His opponent is Berserk? Berserk. There's Berserk. Cool. Name 2 is Berserk. 2. And now they gotta do their picks and bans and all that. So, what do I know about these two players? I know Chicken Feed likes to be more aggressive factions, like green skins, like the corn that we saw, that kind of stuff. Chaos factions, green skins, destruction, that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that out of him. Berserk, I know Berserk's a counts main, so I would not be surprised to see vampire counts out of him. It's a pick through matrix, so his opponent might be able to ban it out if they really don't want to see it, but I know he plays a lot of counts. I think he plays a good deal of Tonya? I want to say I've seen him play. I might be wrong about that, but I know, particularly as his counts, I don't know a whole lot else what he plays, but I know he's a very, very strong counts player. So for Chicken Feed, he probably wants to ban out counts if he can. Now just gonna be a bit of waiting while we figure out wait for picks. Alright, there's the map we want. This map is typically pretty good for defensive factions, like Kislev, Cathay, Dwarves. I don't know if either of these players play a ton of those, so I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that coming out from them or not. What are you guys hoping we see for finals? You guys want to see some counts? You guys see some Cathay? Maybe some Wood Elves? What are you guys hoping for? Maybe some Brett? VA? I'm not familiar with that faction. Vampirates? Ah. I'd be kind of surprised if we see those come out. Corn? We definitely saw, I mean, we saw Chicken Feet play Corn before, so... Like, something like Corn counts is definitely a possibility here. That's a fairly even matchup that I could see these guys opting into. How do rank counts after the healing nerfs? They're still pretty good. I think they struggle a bit into Ogres, they struggle into Kislev. Don't know how they do against Cathay. Counts feels a lot like a gatekeeping faction almost, where they beat a lot of the lower stuff pretty handily. But then a lot of the top tier stuff is still very hard for them. They are still useful for like the meta because they are very good into greenskins and beastmen. But like the defensive factions are still pretty hard for them to break because their armor piercing isn't as durable. They take a lot of damage from the shooting. That is quite good from both Cathay and Kislev and Ogres. But they're definitely like A tier. They're definitely A tier. In the hands of a practiced counts main, like a good counts player. It feels like they definitely feel a lot harder to play now than they have been in the past, though. But Berserk is a very, very good counts player, so I would not be surprised to see him. Oh, there's Chicken Feet hovering Corn. Are we gonna get Corn counts? I'd be okay with that. Yep, Corn counts. I was right. Yeah, I'm not that surprised these guys opting into it. It's a pretty even matchup. And when I've seen it before, it's kind of been a mini game of can Corn kill the Mortis engine. Typically, Corn goes with a very elite infantry line. You see like Chosen dual weapons, or sometimes Chosen... No, Corn doesn't have Chosen halberds. It's just Chosen dual weapons or basic Chosen. And then either they bring a lot of skirmish cab to kill the Mortis, or they bring a big single entity like Scarbrand or a Bloodthirster. And you just kind of play the game of can counts get the Mortis engine to kill the Chosen before the Mortis engine gets killed by whatever option Corn goes for. I have seen more like very, very heavy single entity focused Corn builds, and I think those have typically struggled. Bringing like multiple big monsters and like skull cannons. Seen that kind of struggle. Yeah, and then for counts, it's just a lot of like, it's typically been about enable that Mortis engine. Maybe you bring a Dragon Lord to try and punish that, you know, Scarbrand or Bloodthirster pick. And that's just a lot of infantry and Cryptors to really bog down most of Corn's forces and let counts have the mobility advantage just based on the fact that everything of Corn's is stuck in melee with just cheap chaff. Corn win rate's pretty slow. It played a lot. What is their win rate? Corn is a pretty beginner's friendly faction, so I've heard it recommended a lot because there's no magic and no missiles, or like very few missiles, so it's a very like, there's not a whole lot of complex decision making with Corn. It's very much just get your units into the fights they want. So it's very straightforward, so it's definitely more beginner friendly. 44? Yeah, actually that's quite a lot of games though for a low tier faction. Oh my god, Kislev has been played so many times. Everyone's playing Kislev right now, it feels like. Yeah, Corn, what are they winning against? Okay, so they're 2-0 with counts, which doesn't surprise me that much. I think the Corn side of this matchup is fairly easy to play. But against a player like Berserk, I could see it being very, very difficult. Well, we know where that happened. Dwarves. Interesting. Typically, I find that matchup hard for Khorne because none of your infantry is armor piercing, except Bloodletters, which are very, very squishy. Minotaurs are, of course, excellent there. But, like, I feel like you have really limited options into Dwarves. Islev is 3-0 as well. Wow. Oh, Khorne's been winning a lot of games against the top factions. 1-4 against Cathay doesn't surprise me. Norska as well. Yeah, like the ones that are lost, you don't surprise me at all. Yeah. But some of those wins are kind of impressive. Yes, group chat. Alright, cool. They bloated the Khorne win rate quite a bit recently. Oh, was he playing Khorne too? I guess he is a pretty big Khorne player as well, isn't he? Now that you mention it. That's an interesting pick. Oh, for Dual Weapon Chosen. Never saw them in a tournament. This is the matchup where they are fairly common. Because Counts don't have a lot of great options in them. Because, like, typically Counts rely on Cryptors to provide armor piercing to their front line, but Cryptors are weak to fire, and Chosen deal fire damage. So it's a little risky to bring them in, and Chosen have really good stats anyway, so they're very durable there. So that's kind of what forces Counts into bringing a Mortis engine. Yeah, Chosen dual weapons do suffer from like Khorne's inability to shut down missiles, so into any missile faction that's just not really viable, or any faction with good magic, it's hard. But Counts don't have armor-piercing magic, and they don't have missiles, so it's the perfect opportunity for Chosen dual weapons. You know that tournament recently playing mostly Khorne and Nurgle? Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that, yeah. Yeah, Berserk's a very strong player. He plays those aggressive factions very, very well. It's a very interesting Counts build. So far, it's not finished. Also, apologies for the extremely squeaky chair. Why ping? Why am I being pinged so much? Chicken feet, get your tags on. Oh yeah, he's not wearing his RTK clan tag, is he? Go yell at him in the Discord, Anoma. Tell him to get those tags on. I'd have to restart to get them on, to get the Steam name to update, so. Not a huge deal. I know that he's RTK, and that's what matters. Alright, Berserk is ready. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. On a big map like this, that's big and open, I would typically favor Vampire Counts. Because their mobility is so much better. Khorne's ability to actually, like, use... Like, Khorne tends to go very elite builds into Vampire Counts, so you can't control a lot of space. And then, obviously, your Fleshhounds don't trade very well into Vampire Counts Cavalry, or even their dogs that well. So you're typically very disadvantaged in mobility fights, so Counts can typically control large portions of the map and surround what is typically a very, very elite Khorne build. Which is one of the reasons that Khorne tends to go for those elite Khorne builds, because they cannot control the mobility very well, and if they go wide with their Marauders, the Marauders just don't trade that well. Khorne Marauders are pretty overpriced. So they have a hard time trading with a very wide Counts build that is typically very efficient. Oh, I am very, very tired. I'm going to respond to this group chat for a moment here. For the Dread Blood Shrine? The Blood Shrine? Honestly, if there's a matchup for Blood Shrines, this is kind of it. Because you're pulling a very, very tight blob, so those melee attack buffs can actually be helpful. I've definitely seen people bringing the Herald on a Blood Shrine for just a massive amount of melee attack buffs in an aura. The problem with that, well, the problem is twofold. One is that you typically need your Lord to be something that kill a Mortis Engine for Khorne. The other problem is that the animations for the Blood Shrine cause it like donuts through the enemy formation and out the other side, which means it gets isolated and often ends up dying because of it. So its animations kind of work against it in a big way. Like, on paper, it's pretty good in this matchup, but, like, you just end up eating through the enemy lines and isolating yourself and dying, so. You have to be very, very attentive if you're going to be bringing that Lord, or the basic one. And, you know, the basic one isn't as good as the Lord, doesn't have as much melee attack aura. The Shrine itself gives +8 melee attack, and then the Herald also has a plus melee attack aura. So those usually synergize very, very well, because +16 melee attack for your army in a blob fight against counts is pretty appealing. But it's hard to keep that Lord alive. So, and like I said, your Lord slot is definitely in demand here. There are a lot of good options, although it looks like Chicken Feet has finally decided on one. Oh, changing banner? No. Changing chevrons? Changing chevrons. Alright, good to go. We have 2 basic banner bitches, but it's fine. Alright, so we got our semifinal going on. The other semifinal is playing without us. I didn't tell them to wait for us. So we will catch up with them in the finals after this. And yeah, there's that elite Khorne Bill I was talking about, and there's those chosen dual weapons for you. Wait, who was it? One of them? Marius? Yeah. We'll talk about the builds a little more once we actually properly load in. Do 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 do. Alright. Let's take a look. So Khorne, like I said, very elite build. We got Valkia up in the air. She's got just Spear Slopnir, no Demon Shield, so she's not looking to fight all that much. She's mostly a utility piece to help chase that Mortis Engine and clear out some chaff. We got a big elite infantry core, Hellforged Host, the Aura Bloodletters, and I think I saw 3 Chosen of Khorne dual weapons. So just absolute lawnmowers. They'll tear up zombies and skeletons like nobody's business. A little hard time with Graveguard and with Crypt Horrors, but still do just fine there. The fire damage helps mitigate all that healing as well. Very solid choice. And then we have 2 Thoringax Cav. Again, very, very nice choice. Do a ton of damage to Crypt Horrors, the Mortis Engine, anything. They even have good melee stats and clear the zombies for you just fine. So, very, very strong choice in this matchup. You see those a lot. Even in the walk matchup. Walk against counts, you see them bring Khorne Horsemen a lot, so they're very, very good here. Alright, for Berserk's counts, we have the Strigoi Ghoul King on foot, which seems to be a favorite of Berserk's. I saw him use this against Hadri's Ogres before. To great effect. He's got the Crypt Ghoul summon, Crypt Ghouls, the infantry, Invocation, and Bloodlust, so he's just a melee grind character, duelist with actually really impressive melee stats. 75 melee attack, 50 defense, and poison is pretty good. We have a Foot White King with Scab Scraith. We have the convoy of carts, the Balefire cart, which is kind of interesting to give that melee, or the fire-resistant aura, which seems actually really strong against Khorne. With all that fire damage chosen, we have the Mortis, the Unholy Loathsome cart for the healing. We have a Necromancer, Vinrod, Raised Dead, and Lesser Raised Dead, and Master of the Dead for even more healing. And we just have a bunch of bony boys. Skeletons, spears, Kongstein Stalkers, spears, zombies, Crypt Horrors. Yeah, just a lot of good old counts, single entities. Cap weight is going to be an issue, though. Yeah, well, fortunately for Khorne, all of these skeletons have reduced cap weight. They only have 2, so they don't have a ton of cap weight, whereas the Chosen do have 5. They can outcap a bit, but they are going to be kind of damage checked in that regard. They have to kill these things very quickly in order to actually cap. So, but that's why you bring the Chosen dual weapons. They have very high damage output. I mean, look at the weapon strength. And the charge bonus and the melee stats. It's all excellent. So, they are, like, well equipped to do that. If they can... Oh, I turned off streamer mode. Damn it. I turned off streamer mode to find the players. Let me turn that back on. There we go. Okay. We have a little bit of lag. I think... Yeah, both these players are European, so me being in the US might be a bit of a problem. If it's too laggy, I will drop and let them play without me. But I hope we don't have to do that. Oh my goodness, these guys are like... I didn't realize they're like blue and ghosty. You're not ethereal, right? You're just armored. Why? You just have ethereal armor, I guess? I don't know. Valkia is hovering around. There's nothing really to contest her in the air, so she can kind of do whatever she wants. Though if she lands, she has to be very careful about getting pinned in by Crypt Horrors and beaten to crap by this Dragoi Ghoul King. Although, the interesting thing about the Foot Ghoul King means there's nothing to really... There's no big lore to protect the Mortis engine. Valkia can really hound that Mortis engine and do a lot of work chasing it down if Berserk isn't careful. So she's very strong for that choice, and there's nothing really to restrain these Skirmish Cav. The Skirmish Cav are going to have the way with whatever they want. Although, the screening with the skeletons and the zombies is going to be quite effective there. They don't really want to be spending their time shooting the cheap stuff, because, well, it's cheap. They want to shoot the expensive stuff and get as much value as possible. So the screening with the skeletons over there is quite good. But it does actually mean that, for the moment at least, Khorne does have mobility control. Counts are lobbing pretty hard on Objective 3. They're posturing over here. They just want this side. So Khorne is just going to take the rest of the map. They've got the Skirm Cav, which means they can go and cap the far objective, still contest the middle, and then have the Chosen. If you can actually, as Khorne, force the fight, like, right here off of the objective, that'd be huge. Because then, like, your Chosen have to die before Counts can actually take the objective. We got Spear Slapnir coming down on the Kongstein Stalkers. Not full AP, so it's going to do some damage, but not a ton. Good dodge there from Berserk. Did they lose any models? No, so they can just run to the corpse carts and the Mortis and get healed back up, which is probably what he's going to do. Reinforcements coming in. We got Graveguard Great Open, looks like. Yeah. These guys are going to do okay in the Chosen. Their melee stats are far outclassed, but most of his infantry is high, and their weapon strength is high. They should still be able to chew through some of them a bit. Skirm Cav are firing in, but like I said, they don't really want to be fighting the skeletons. They're shielded, they're cheap. So, this is quite laggy, unfortunately. Hopefully that clears up in a bit. Yeah, looks like we're clearing up a good bit. Khorne is playing very passively with their Skirm Cav. I feel like you want to be very cheeky. Just turn off fire at will, run like right up into melee, and shoot over as much as you can. I feel like Khorne can get very greedy. But on the back, we have the Dire Pack coming out, as well as some, what are those? Infantry? There's zombies coming in as well. Dire Pack just trying to slow down the cap over here. They're very missile resistant, if I recall correctly. No, I'm thinking of the Beast of Tashnar. No, they missile resist, but they are small and they are quick, so they dodge a lot of those axes. Just trying to slow down Khorne's capture, so they have more time to get whatever they want out on the field. Whatever it is they're waiting for, or just the fight happening. Trying to make sure they don't fall behind in points in the meantime. We do have a Skull Cannon coming out. This is ambitious. I've seen these used before to try and do some good work against the Mortis engine. I'm not a huge fan of them. I've seen some really mixed results. Like, in theory, it could be quite good. You're gonna get a good shot. They tend to be very inaccurate at long range, so we do get, yeah, a wild miss. It's shooting on the Mortis engine. You really want to get to a lot closer range, typically. At this range, it's not likely to hit a whole lot. You have a shot coming in. Can you nail the Mortis, Chun? And we get it. Do get a solid hit there. Does some good damage to the Mortis Engine. It will heal up, as it does have its own passive healing, as well as the corpse cards around it providing the healing. So, I'll pick Corn to VC. It's one of VC's few good matchups. VC has a lot of good matchups, my friend. VC's in a pretty good spot. So, the fight is coming in. The skeletons are in these long, thin formations. Just try to waste the time of the dual weps. By having them in these longer, thinner formations, it means there's less surface area, there's fewer models connecting, which means it takes the Chosen longer to kill them. They're really just trying to waste the time of the dual weapons, while they have the Mortis Engine bouncing between positions. They just have this rolling hit squad of the Crypt Horrors and the Mortis Engine coming in to try and kill these Chosen. This is very aggressive with the Mortis Engine. There's a lot of skirmish cap here to punish it very, very heavily. This is exactly the kind of target Corn wants. We have some Vargas coming in now to try to screen them out as well, but not a whole lot. That Mortis is going to be taking a lot of damage. It does good work against the Chosen, of course, in melee, but it's taking so much damage. Valkyrie coming in as well. The throwing axes are doing very, very good work here. The Skull Cannon as well. That Mortis is down to half health almost instantly. So much damage. It's turning around. It's heading for the hills. They're going to get at least another volley from the throwing axes on it. It's going to be an invocation of Neck coming in, but it is going to be on fire from those throwing axes, so it's getting half the healing that it should be. Skull Cannon as well getting the crossfire. It's still alive for a moment. It does get to safety. Valkyria lands, and Valkyria's actually in trouble now. She's surrounded by Crypt Horrors. The Strigoi Ghoul King is coming in, as well as a Necromancer. Valkyria needs to get out of here. She's in an animation at the moment, so she's a bit stuck. She needs to run. That Strigoi Ghoul King will tear her to shreds, I imagine. Throwing axes are, however, still in range of the Mortis Engine, doing good work zoning out. Zombie Summon coming in behind these Chosen dual weapons, but Corn is up a ton of value off of that play. The Mortis is just taking so much damage. The Vargeist have landed on the back of the Hellforge Chosen. Oh, Bloodlust is a... Oh, I thought that was only for the Lord. I didn't realize you could give it to other people. They're taking tons of damage from that Throwing Axe Cav in the rear. The Horsemen of Horn doing a lot of damage. The Chosen are just getting drowned in bodies. They're killing a lot of skeletons, but it's not a whole lot of value for Corn. It's just a lot of chaff. But these Chosen are hanging in there like absolute champs. The Crypt Horror Summon, or the Crypt Ghoul Summon, I should say, comes in and does start getting out how the Cav, disrupting them. And the Cav is really, really blobbed up. You want to see that split up a lot more. Like, just over here, here, and here, so it doesn't get stuck in the Zombie Summon, like, well, Crypt Ghoul Summon. Because now they are getting heavily disrupted and be taking a lot of damage. The Vargeist are dying off very, very quickly. They do kill the Hellforge host for the most part. They took a lot of damage in return from the Throwing Axes of Corn. And the Throwing Axes are getting on that Mortis Engine as well. Doing very, very good, nice damage. Another invocation comes in. But again, they're still on fire, so they're still taking half healing. And heal cap is in sight, and it's taking so much damage. The Chosen are just hanging on like absolute champs. The Horsemen just fighting the Crypt Ghouls in melee to make sure they get those shots off the Mortis Engine. The Skull Cannon doing good damage from range as well. When it hits, can it connect? That could take it down! And doesn't quite connect. The Vargeist are diving onto the Corn have now. Valkia is in a bit of trouble here. She's down to half HP. She doesn't have the Demon Shield, so she's in a lot of trouble with the White King and the Strigoi Ghoul King on her. If she goes down, that could be a death knell for Corn, but the Chosen are still hanging on, providing her a lot of support, doing as much as they can. The Corpse Cart stack on them is a big problem, though. And the dual weapons on the side are like completely undamaged. Where the Mortis Engine and like the characters aren't, Corn is winning pretty decisively in the infantry engagements. Horsemen are, however, getting disrupted. If the Horsemen could just finish off that Mortis Engine or the Skull Cannon, that could be a huge problem for Corn, or for Emperor Counts. We got some Minor Griffins coming in to try and protect those Corn Horsemen, take out some of these Vargeist, and do as much work as they can there. The dual weapons as well, just chunking away. How many kills are these guys up to? They've been fighting a ton of zombies this whole time. Doing very, very good work. Right, sorry, I got a DM. Mortis Engine is down below 1,000 HP. The Skull Cannon is still just free-firing in. I'm still getting texts in the stinking group chat. Mortis is very, very low. Skull Cannon, can you take it down? The point-blank shot! It completely whiffed. It went right through the model and just flew off in the distance. And that's really unfortunate. And now counts are actually 3-capping and catching up on the value. The Chosen of Corn are starting to get just bogged down. And the Mortis is still surviving. It's down to 500 hit points. Valkyrie is free. Valkyrie will take it down, but the summon's coming in. The Mortis might have done enough, just drawing aggro. That's okay, the Mortis goes down, and here comes a huge Sword of Corn. Unfortunately, most of these are single entities, so it's not going to do a whole lot, but it does clear a lot of chaff and keep Corn a little bit out of trouble, but Vampire Counts are 3-capping, and Corn just cannot match the width of Vampire Counts. They're trading in value just fine, but they can't actually get on these points and clear them off. Like you're talking about, the cap weight for Vampire Counts is just so much stronger. The Chosen of Corn are just not on the objectives where they need to be. They're tearing apart Graveguard, they're tearing apart zombies as fast as they can, but there's more bodies where that came from. Nope, the Tide is over here just bogging down these Chosen. These Chosen need to be on the point. You cannot afford to give Counts points for this long. especially when you need to be value trading so heavily anyway. You really can't afford to give them more time. The Minotaurs are coming in to heal these Crypt Horrors. That's a very, very good fight for them, especially without a whole lot of chaff support for vampire counts, although there are some spears pouring in. And what do we have coming in for Khorne? We got some more Minos. I'd love to see some more like armored infantry coming in. Like just maybe basic dual weapons. You need something like just bodies and point for capture rate, because you need to take this point. Although counts are now starting to catch up in the value trade pretty quickly. The Minotaur is taking a lot of damage. The Strigoi is just beating on them very, very effectively. Valky's in the air, but she needs to be very careful of those Vargheists. When she's outnumbered like that, she will get surrounded and taken down. And the Crypt Horrors are starting to just wear down the Chosen of Khorne along with the Vargheists. Getting pretty low. Doing some very, very good work. The Corpse Cart blob. It's just, oh, this single entity blob is just so, so nasty. The Corpse Carts, the Fire Resist, the Mortis that was here. The Mortis did get sniped, but now the Khorne has finally fallen behind in value with all the healing for counts. I feel like this is looking pretty rough for Khorne. Looking good for a while, but the Chosen are just being worn down, and they are just, I feel like they're just a bit out of place. And the ability of counts to just concentrate their force so much, just wear down those Chosen very, very quickly, and just bog down everything that they don't want to fight. Like, counts and Berserk in particular is just very good of just wearing down, or like sticking things, how do I say this? He bogs down things he doesn't want to fight, focuses one target, gets rid of it. We saw the Chosen in the middle was the target. All the single entities rushed onto it and killed it as fast as possible, while the Chosen in the flanks were stuck fighting zombies and other trash infantry, just wasting their time. And now that the one in the middle is dead, the blob can turn. Oh, that was a nice shot from the Skull Cannon, but still feeling a little too late. Now that the center one's dead, he turns their focus to the one over here on the right, and then as soon as this one's dead, he's probably going to turn it and chase down this Chosen of Khorne. Minotaurs are doing what they can, but the foot characters are chunking them out pretty heavily. Yeah, the Viking's not doing a whole lot. Not AP. Bonus is an anti-infantry character. The Spear's piling in. The Vargheists coming in as well. We do have some Marauder dual weapons coming in to try and get through these zombies on this side. And it looks like Valkia did land and get caught by the Crypt Horrors and the Strigoi Ghoulkin. I think that might be it for Khorne. This is looking kind of rough. Yeah, there's not a whole lot left on the field for Khorne. Dual weapon Chosen are starting to get on objective number 3, but there's just so much power left for the count in the middle. That just, yeah, the couple of summons that got right on top of the Khorne Horsemen really broke the back of Khorne. Without the Horsemen's support, your Chosen are just at the whims of whatever counts want to rear charge with. They do a lot of damage with all their armor-piercing rear charges from the Vargheists, the Crypt Horrors. And again, Berserk is very, very good at punishing those isolated infantry units. Khorne is pulling back over to objective 3. Just going to try to make a last stand over here, while also simultaneously backcapping with the Marauders on objective 1, avoiding that big blob of power in the middle for Berserk. But I suspect he'll be able to rotate out of here to either side he chooses, without too much difficulty, and with more armored piercing anti-infantry coming in, as well as cannon rays. The Marauders over here are pretty easily answered. Just one Graveguard over here, and suddenly Khorne is having a bad time on objective number 1. I think VC is super weak at the moment, at least in SFT. Well, this is not an SFT, but they do definitely have some bad matchups. But they also have a number of good ones. So, Minotaurs and the Chosen are just going to be trying to hold vampire counts off objective 3. The Horsemen are have capped, so they can just hold while Khorne takes this fight off of the objective and just buys time to try and get a few objective tickets. Far side, any answer to the back cap? No, the Marauder dual weapons seem to be allowed to take the point for the moment. Counts aren't really that concerned with it taking it, so that seems to be just fine. The Horsemen should be able to kill these dire wolves. They do have strong melee weapon strength as well as bonus for his infantry, which dogs are infantry sized, so they should take them down pretty quickly as they crumble away and should be able to get back to that front line. And this is a very, very powerful combo. The Chosen with the Minotaurs on top, and don't you also have... No, you don't have any AoE buffs. That's just the blood I'm thinking of. Like, the Minotaurs plus Chosen is just everything that's good about Khorne, and another sort of Khorne coming in. Like, this could actually be a pretty good fight for Khorne here. There's very little chaff support. It's just those single entities and the Corpse Cards, and there's just not a lot here for counts. The Crypt Horrors are all crumbling. I mean, they're healing and they're fire resistant, but they're still crumbling. And the Chosen are doing good work, but they're just getting worn down by all that armor-piercing damage. The fire resistance is hurting them a lot. The Balefire Corpse Card was definitely a really heads-up play from Berserk. The Fire Resist Aura is doing a lot of work, lowering the damage output of the Chosen substantially. The Vargheists coming into rear charge are going to do so much damage. Always a very, very solid choice in these heavily armored factions like Khorne. The rear charges do tons of work. They're heavy, heavy anti-armor weapon strength. The back cap has finally been answered by those Cairn Rays, who will do good work here. Mino Grapplings get a rear charge, and they are fairly squishy. They rely on their Fizz Resist, which I can't remember. No, there's no magical attacks here. They're just doing raw damage out numbers, very, very high. Berserk is up on objective tickets for the moment, but he is being 2-capped currently. The Dire Pack comes in the back of those Minotaurs. Honestly, wow, these Crypto Cairn Rays are just getting destroyed. Horsemen as well coming in, try and help out with the Dire Pack. They should... They'll probably run off the Dire Pack turns on them very quickly, so we have to keep our eye on that. On the far side, the Mino, last stand with the Chosen. The Chosen have finally routed. Horn of Corn has gone down, but all these single entities on foot are just such a problem for these anti-large Minos. And the Graveguard are just walking past them onto the objective, and Corn just doesn't have the units on the field. That's the problem with those very elite builds, is you just cannot hold space, and if you lose, like every time you lose a unit, it's just such a massive loss and so hard to replace. So, the Terror Route coming in for the Cairn Rays, actually ending up clutching that out. They will be taking the 3-cap, and I don't see a whole lot left in the tank for Khorne. More Horsemen coming in, but they have a lot of ground to make up. The single entity blob for counts is just doing a lot of work. The Skullcannon is not exactly an exceptional duelist. This isn't really what it wants to be doing. It also got pretty good value this game, but fighting a Strigoi Ghoul King on foot with all of this healing support is not its idea of a good time. So it's going to try and back out, try and get some shots off. Yeah, the Horsemen are doing what they can, but I don't see much of a way for Khorne to get back on these objectives anytime soon. They've got some Aurora Dual Weapons coming in, some rallying Minotaurs, but honestly, I mean, Counts don't have that much left on the field, but they have a very strong core of characters here that can just run around and answer any threat. And there's nothing really on the Khorne, in the Khorne army to actually deal with these foot characters. I wonder if a Scarbrand would have been more effective here, because Scarbrand, I mean, I would hope Scarbrand can kill a Strigoi Ghoul King. Maybe not with help of support, but if you can divert the Crypt Horrors elsewhere, get Scarbrand on the Strigoi, I wonder how that works out. Also, Corpse Carts are so tanky. Corpse Carts are way too tanky. They need to be less tanky. They are very, very obnoxious. Skullcannon and Horseman getting a little bit of a cheeky back cap, but Berserk will not let that go unanswered. He caps back Objective 3 and is getting the 3-cap back in control of the Vampire counts, which will net him a very, very rapid ticket lead very, very quickly. And yeah, Khorne is definitely on in its death throes. Best of these are sort of like Dwarves, some good counter picks with mostly bad matchups. They definitely have a place. I think they have a number of good matchups. If Houseplant was on Khorne, it would have been unfair for VC. Maybe. Oh, Chicken Feed didn't play that bad with Khorne. Like, he had some... He played the opening pretty well. He got the kill on the Mortis Engine pretty quickly. He punished that very, very heavily with the Horseman. But just getting the Horseman caught really, really hurt. You're going to Scarbrand here. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people bring Scarbrand here to some success. I don't hate Scarbrand in this matchup in particular. I generally hate Scarbrand as a character. But this is the one matchup where I think he can shine. But it's a little bit risky, because if they come in with like a Blood Dragon Lord, then you can get punished really, really hard. I mean, it's still a bit of a cat and mouse game, but yeah, you can get away with a lot. Also, welcome, Gabagool. Welcome, welcome. Rampage of the Mortis Dragon. Yeah. Yeah, the Rampages can be really strong, but Scarbrand is, of course, like, also pretty exploitable. If he gets into a bad engagement, you can just lose the game outright. Chosen the weapon, still struggling on 550 kills. And they paid for themselves. I mean, they've done good work. It could feel like it was over in the army setup. I don't know that I agree with that. I do think Valkia was a mistake. I don't find Valkia that useful here. I think a different Lord would be better. Either the Blood Trend Lord or Scarbrand. And then the Horseman misplay, of course, really, really hurt him. Just to bring a Mortis Engine to late game. Maybe. Or at least you have to play pretty reserved with it if you are going to bring it out early. Horsemen are getting torn apart with the Vargeist. You have what? Sword of Khorne, or is that an Overcast Invocation? That's an Invocation, healing up the Crypt, trying to keep the Cannons online. The Vargeist nice and healthy. The Horsemen rout. Khorne is trying desperately to take back this point. We got some Marauders coming in. Marauder dual weapons, I feel like this unit is so disappointing. They're like 700, or like, not 700, like 575. They never feel like they perform, and yeah, that will be Berserk's Vampire Counts, taking our semifinals. No surprise, as I said, Berserk is a very, very strong Counts player, so I'm not terribly surprised to see that, but that was also a valiant attempt by Chicken Feed. That is a pretty tough matchup for Corn to play. You have to play pretty clean as Corn. Nose did okay. Skull Cannon, honestly impressed. Like, I usually shit on this unit. I usually hate it, but that did pretty well. Horsemen, most of them did pretty well. I guess there were some multiple times. Yeah, the Marauders. Corn Marauders just feel so overpriced. Nothing like 300 kills and not paying for yourself. Feels counts, man. And yeah, the Lord getting caught. Like, Valkia just doesn't feel like she accomplishes a whole lot in this matchup with me. The Mortis got shut down real hard. The White King grinded well. The Crypt Horrors do well. Yeah, I really like the Balefire Corsair pick into Corn. Seemed real good. Rear did okay. Fire Pack. They were summoned at least twice, though. Alright, so that is Berserk advancing to our finals. How is the other side of the bracket going? Have they finished just yet? Bull King seems really strong against Brawler factions. Definitely looking like it. Okay, so Ulrich won the other side. We're gonna have Ulrich versus Berserk. So assume this is the lobby we want. You get the blocker up. Nope, that's not Ulrich. That was his opponent. Alright, you know what? I'll just host and I'll invite both of them. Actually, that's probably a bad idea because I think they're both playing from Europe. That might cause lag for them, so I'll let them host. And if I lag, that's huge of an issue. Do the Corn the legendary characters with healing multiplayer? Does Corn have healing on tabletop? If I mention Missile can also punish? Yeah. Gaze and Nagash does a lot of damage to those kinds of characters. A lot of damage. So we can go to that OP. It would be fine. I don't know. I definitely feel better to use Scarbrand, but he is a very like high damage output character, so giving him that sustainability is kind of playing a dangerous game. Alright. I'm gonna get a refill of water while we wait for the players to get in the lobby. I'll be right back. Alright. Lobby. What's the map for finals? Finals is best of 3, but okay, first time so it's Glade, Proving Grounds, Bleakspire. Alright, they don't have a lobby up yet. Aha! A lobby code. Yay! Ah, okay, Berserk also. Thank you. Alright. Let's get the names correct. Now Berserk is on the other side. Now we also need scores. Alright, so Ulrich is also a notorious counts player. So we may get the legendary, exhilarating counts mirror. Which I think we all hope we don't get, because that's painful to watch. Yeah, so Berserk plays a lot of those aggressive factions, Thorn, Nurgle, Counts, that kind of stuff. Ulrich plays a bit of everything. He plays Counts very, very well. He actually is a big Doc player. He plays a lot of Demons of Chaos. And he has a lot of success with that. But he's a fairly versatile player. So I suspect we will be seeing a lot of those melee on melee matchups. I don't know either of these players to play a ton of like super kitey factions, like the Wood Elves, or any of the elves, really. I imagine they both have ogres in their repertoire, so I'd be surprised to see that. I think they're both Brett players as well. I feel like Berserk plays Brett, and I can't remember seeing him play Brett. Yeah, I feel like Berserk plays Brett, and I can't remember him actually playing it. Dreaded Doc? Yeah. Well, Doc is especially good against Vampire Counts. Like, Doc still has... I imagine it still is a pretty... It was a Vampire Counts counter for a while. I think that matchup has only gotten better. Or except for Countsmith having seen Greenskins again. What do you have against Greenskins, Serica? You don't like them running down all of your archers? Where's Demons of Chaos? Demons of Chaos, yeah. I feel like Demons of Chaos has a very, very strong matchup into Vampire Counts. Like, you have the Mortis Lord option now, which is really good. The Zinch Birds are always good. You have the bunch of really good shooting options with the Horrors, and the Grinders, and the Flamers. And then, like, their monsters aren't terrible. So, like, I feel like Doc counts as, like, a match we might see. I know Ulrich has played it in the past, and used to like that matchup back in the day. Don't know about this patch in particular, so... I wouldn't mind seeing some Doc. You don't see a lot of Doc players. Doc is extremely unpopular, even when it was good. Give us the Nurgle Mirror. I kind of enjoyed the Nurgle Mirror, I'll be honest. Especially back in the day. Like, the Nurgle Mirror pre-Champions of Chaos DLC was actually pretty fun. Yeah, Demons of Chaos, like, nobody plays Demons of Chaos. They are the least played faction. Actually, Slanesh has less plays. But, like, they're so unpopular, and I don't know why. Also, Ulrich has been kind enough to send me the picks. So we have Berserks, Greenskins, Cathay, Kislev, Ulrich, Ogre, Norska, Kislev. Okay, so if I'm in this, I think I like Ogres into all three of those. I think Ogres are good for Ulrich in all three of those. I think Norska sucks. I think Norska loses all three of those. Kislev is a mirror. Kislev Cathay, I think, is a little Cathay favored. And I think Kislev Greenskins is also Greenskins favored. I think I'd rather probably be on Berserk's side of this. I think all of his picks lose to Ogres. I think all of his picks beat Norska. I think 2 of his 3 picks beat Kislev. So I think he has 5 out of 9 matchups in Berserk's favor. Of course, those players might have different assessments of those matchups than I do. But from where I'm standing, I feel like I'd rather be Berserk in this scenario. Granted, this is a pretty bad map for Cathay typically. There's a lot of forest cover, and the points are quite close together, so you have a hard time setting up a box in an effective position. And your opponent can typically approach without taking a whole lot of missile fire, which is not what you want to do. I guess we prefer the monogods rather than trying to tackle Doc's and Orthodox roster. Yeah, Doc also is... it's very unforgiving, because you have, like, no armor, so your entire faction is extremely squishy. So it punishes mistakes very, very harshly. Norska's not good versus Greenskins? What is good in Greenskins? Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts is very good in Greenskins. Norska Greenskins is like even-ish, but I think I'd probably rather be on the Greenskin side of it. It's not a hard counter, but I feel like I'd prefer to be on the Greenskin side. Ogres also are really good in the Greenskins. What else is good in the Greenskins? Let me open the faction list real quick. I've heard people say Beastmen are good in the Greenskins. I haven't played that myself, so that's what I'd be interested to try. I know Brett is typically pretty good in the Greenskins. Obviously, they got nerfed this patch, but I feel like they're probably still just fine in the Greenskins. Cathay is pretty good in the Greenskins I've seen. Last patch it was terrible, but with the addition of Croman, it's pretty good for Cathay. Blizzard's Greenskins is... no, that's good for Greenskins. Skaven Greenskins is probably low Greenskins favored. I need to try Tzeentch Greenskins. I'm meaning to try that some more. That's what I need to try, but yeah. So like Counts as a counter to Greenskins, Ogres counter Greenskins, Beastmen, Cathay, and like Brett have even-ish matchups into Greenskins. Lock her back up. Ogres, yeah. Duck's pretty bad in the meta picks outside of Norska last patch. Kind of got burned down on it personally. That's true. Doc had like a couple months in the spotlight towards the end of like the walk meta, when like the top 4 were walk, Slanesh, Counts, Coast, because Doc was just good into all of those things. It wasn't a particularly strong faction. It just had the good matchups it had were the best factions of the game. Hello, friend. I'm to show off for stream again. No, the fat kitty. Oh well, no cat for the stream. I'm sorry. Brett Greenskin earlier. Or it was so hard at infantry that mobility could do nothing. That's which side? Chaos Dwarfs seem so bad now. Yeah, Chaos Dwarfs are pretty crap. Tzeentch Greenskins is doable. Yeah, that was my impression, but I want to go around that some more. Hello again, cat. Come here. You want to come say hi to the stream, little kitty? Hmm? One moment. Say hi to the camera, Alfie. As Brett? Okay. Hey, buddy. How you doing, little kitty? You're here because you want food. But it is not food time yet. You don't get fed till 6. Hey, buddy. As Brett, you lost to infantry tide? Interesting. Um, in the past, Brett was just shitting all over greenskin infantry. Like I remember, yeah, I remember last patch when Brett had the really OP cav. I would just bring infantry spam as Brett and just roll greenskins. Is he a good cat? He is when he wants something. When he wants fed, he's a very good cat. As soon as you feed him, he stops behaving. Isn't that right, buddy? Hmm? You know how to get what you want. You are being very good. You're just showing off for the camera, aren't you? Hmm? You like being on camera, buddy? Hmm? Yeah, last patch, like Battle Pilgrim spam with infantry, archers, and Raponce Felix was really, really good into greenskins. And then you could reinforce a Grail Knight if you wanted to, but even just Knights of the Realm were fine because you would just drown their mobility and infantry and countercharge. But obviously the infantry got nerfed, so maybe that's not as good these days. I haven't played a whole lot of Brett this patch. Actually, I don't think I've touched Brett at all this patch. Hi, that's a claw in my arm. Would you kindly remove that claw from my arm? Hmm? Right, they're still doing their picks, I guess. Because they haven't changed. Or they're actually playing Ogre's Bretonia, in which case I thought we left that meta. Hey, buddy. Little buddy. Do I detect purring? There's a very, very faint purr. See? You don't mind cuddling, do you? Also, you're shedding everywhere. You're shedding all over my desk. Yeah, throwback. I don't think they're changing their builds, but I also have chat right in front of the build, so I can't see, and my arms are occupied, so I can't move it. Hey, buddy. You're being so nice. You really want fed early, don't you? You're not getting fed early, but you really want it. Okay, Ulrich's on Norska. I mean, we know Berserk's not playing Ogres. He picked Greenskins, Cathay, Kislev. So, Norska Cathay. Okay. Huh. How would you play that one as Norska? So, in the past, what you did as Norska was just really hard build-up. You would bring a Famir with Pit of Shades, although you could probably do Pendulum now. And you do the double cast shenanigans, where you use the Scroll of Power to lower your cooldowns and get 2 casts off immediately. And then you use Wolfric with a boat to just get a lot of spell damage off in the front line very, very quickly and delete as many Jade Warriors as you can. And then just make a very big hole in their front line and stream into the back line with all of your infantry and Ice Wolves. Skin Wolves kind of struggle in this matchup because there's not a lot of large things for them to fight. They do alright against the cavalry, but they're terrible against infantry. And of course, with K with all their spears and shooting, it's pretty tough for Skin Wolves. So Norska relies on a lot of Ice Wolves for their mobility. And then just a combination of Marauders and probably Marauder Champs for the front line. They do need some way to take out artillery, which is probably just build up and rush. I don't see a way for them to actually effectively snipe it. You could try some Burning Head shenanigans. Oh no, you can't try Burning Head shenanigans. Artillery crews are still bugged, but they don't take damage from spells. The crews are just immune to spells. So you really just have to get an effective rush onto Cathay. Which has like upsides and downsides on this map. On one hand, Cathay artillery can be positioned very, very far back in the map and be very, very safe. But at the same time, there's a lot of tree cover for Norska, so they can build up very, very effectively in the trees and be perfectly safe while they do so, and usually threaten 2 objectives while building up pretty safely without taking a whole lot of poke damage. Yeah. Jet Lions and Drums, Khajiit doesn't need no backline no more. Yes, but they lack armor piercing, and that would be a very low damage output army composition. They'd have a very hard time clearing the very large amounts of Marauders and Champs that Norska tend to bring. So, Ogres now, not Norska? Yeah. Oh wait, ogres. What did I just rant about Norska for then? Um, Ogres Cathay is definitely ogre favored. Cathay can do very, very well into ogres here, but the problem is that ogres have two ways to go about playing it, and Cathay has to try and guess which one the ogres are going for. Ogres can do an all-out rush, which is very, very effective against Cathay. But if Cathay goes for like mass amounts of crossbows and iron hails, they can answer that, and spears. Or ogres can do artillery shenanigans, and that's very hard to shut down for Cathay. And then rush in once they lower it. Jetlines give yin harmony. I know that. I know. Like you could do a melee harmony box, but your weapon strength is still crap, and your anti-infantry options are very limited with a melee Cathay build. Drums are giving me a junk in the Norska matchup. I'm a Sky Junk hater. I always have been. I don't think that unit's very good. And like I said, you still suffer from the issue of your melee infantry being very low damage output against other infantry. So your ability to clear marauders or champions is practically non-existent, except for your spells. Which you could do like double War Wumpus cheese. Not even cheese, double War Compass to try and get more spells. Hi, buddy. But that's pretty desperate and not very like sustainable. Alright, you want to go now? Be free. Now I am officially covered in cat hair. Yeah, they lack the weapon strength. Like, if you gave those same buffs to, like, Saurus for Lizardmen, they'd be insane. They'd be absolutely overpowered. But because Jade Warriors have such low weapon strength, they're terrible. Interesting. That's very interesting. Make sure the blocker's up so you guys can't see what I'm looking at. This is a very interesting Cathay build. Bombs and the missiles beat up champs pretty bad. Yes. But the bombs are hard to get in place, the junk is so slow. The junks are just so inaccurate at any sort of range. They need to be practically in melee to hit anything. So it's not like they can necessarily choose the right engagement. Their range isn't that like it feels like their effective range is almost nothing. They have to be practically in melee, and because they're so slow, they have a very hard time actually taking care of champs in a timely fashion. You seen Floor Beast for Wilson's life form? There's no real way of killing the junks. They definitely can kill the junks if they really want to, but they don't usually bring those tools in that matchup. What's their weapon strength? So here's the thing. Cathay can actually get some pretty nasty weapon strength buffs with Zhao Ming and Lore of Metal and the other lore passive that I'm blanking on the name of. Because he has both of them. So you can actually stack about, I think it's a 36% weapon strength buff when that passive is active. The problem is, it's 30+% of nothing, of like really crappy weapon strength. So it's not a huge actual increase. And the arm piercing values are still very, very low. When Harmony Jacked Celestial Dragon crosses with Meow and Foot Harmony multiply and dunk on healing dunk on champs. Celestial Dragon Guard. I don't know, but I do know that a Famir with Pendulum or Pit of Shades makes you very sad if you try that. And Wolfric with Boat. So maybe that's fine, but I'm a little suspect of spamming halberds in when infantry is the big threat. Because even their weapon strength isn't that great. They have a lot of bonus versus large that they rely on. Their hit points aren't very high, so their healing, like benefit from healing, isn't as valuable. And their stats just aren't as good as champs. Even with, well, with Harmony? With Harmony, it's a little bit better than champs. But Norska has other options. Norska's got good spells for that, to answer that. They've got Wolfric with a boat. They've got trolls on top of the champs, usually. And they could also bring, Hunter throwing axes. Now, Bo's pretty good in that matchup, IMO. Net and Talons. I'm really suspect of Yanbo. I don't think Yanbo's a very good character in general. And I don't think Net is particularly useful to Norska. Destroys the characters. The characters aren't Norska's win condition, though. Okay, this blob is magic susceptible. Is that sarcasm, or am I missing something? Serica? Or resist on lion might help. Oh yeah, but I don't know. I just don't like the lions that much. The lions have been very underwhelming. Also, it's not the match we're playing. We're playing Cathay Ogres, not Cathay Norska. The score is both at 0, right? Yeah. They've denied you Pit of Shades quite successfully with Jade Shield. Interesting. I don't know if I'd bring Pit of Shades. I think I'd bring Pendulum. It's a much faster cast time, and it's with the Whelm cost decrease, I think it's more efficient than Pit of Shades. Oh. Yeah, I think Pendulum is much better, because it's very, very hard to dodge, and it's faster, and it's pretty cheap now. So, I've been pretty high on Pendulum. Alright, again, not the match we're actually playing. So, we got Berserk's Cathay, we got what, 1 cannon? We got a Chugi Lord with Ancestral Wars and Storm of Shadows, pretty reasonable, an Alchemist with the Searing Doom, Plague of Rust, and Alchemist's Elixir of Puissance. With plus 40 melee attack, very interesting. Double Iron Hails, a Sky Lantern, Halberds, RR Halberds, Long Spears, Jade Warriors, Halberds, Infantry. Very, like, piecemeal build. Like, 1 cannon feels like it's not going to do a whole lot. Typically, when I bring cannons to this matchup, it's to counter scrap launchers. And typically, there's not going to be 1 scrap launcher. And even still, 1 cannon, I don't think beats 1 scrap launcher. So typically, if you're going to bring cannons, you bring multiple of them. Just 1 cannon is odd to me. I mean, I guess it does punish lead belchers, which is still very valuable. We got a little squad in the trees there. For the ogres, we have double scrap launcher. Like I said, this is very irritating for Cathay to deal with, because they can just run around and juke your cannonballs and just poke down your elite halberds or your missiles or whatever. We have a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. We have the Sky Striders, which I honestly find kind of odd. I guess they're here to protect the scrap launchers from any kind of dragon shenanigans. If Miao Ying or Xiao Ming was to show up and try to, get up to anything. We have 4 Noblars. We have a bunch of Ogre Bulls and some Trappers. So yeah, double scrap launchers. So what Ogre's going to do is they're going to sit like right out here with the scrap launchers and just poke and poke and poke while they just summon all the ogres in the world and just like bunch up in the trees. Because Cathay has a very, very hard time punishing the scrap launchers. So I wonder how the Sky Lantern actually does that job. Very curious about that. 1 cannon kills ogre models. It does, but not as well as like Iron Hails. Like if I'm committing to dealing with a rush, I'm going Iron Hails and crossbows, no cannons. If I'm committing to dealing with the artillery, I'm going max cannons. Like this feels like a very halfway build. I don't know if it's going to be effective against either style. So I mean, if it works, then if it works against this style, then maybe it's the answer. But like I feel like you can't half-ass either style. I feel like you have to pick hard and go with one. So. Noblars coming in. Noblars are probably just going to camp on the edge of this objective to cap it once it opens up. The cannons want to shoot Noblars. It's not a great loss. Scrap launchers are firing in over the trees. Nice safe position for them. There's a lot of cover between them and the cannons. The Scrap launchers actually doing a decent chunk of damage there. Scrap launchers do actually tend to do pretty well at killing Cathay artillery crews, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it try and take out the cannon. Mine should have had Spell Mastery now. I don't know about that. Cannons firing in at the scrap launcher. Do we get any hits? Good jukes from Ulrich there. Denying as much damage as possible. Yep, completely dodges that. Scrap launchers are plinking away at the cannon crew. Let's kill a couple of models, or did they get back up? 1 man has fallen. Rest in peace, my brother. Another victim of Ogre SE artillery bullshit. Dude, isn't that valuable? Do they? I didn't actually know that. Blade Trappers are the Green Sentinels, probably the best funding one of the match. Always worth. Yeah. And this is the problem that they has, is that the cannons just, or that the scrap launcher's so fast they can juke the artillery shots, and even if they do take a hit or two, they're still single entities, they're still firing at full strength until they die, and if they do get low, you get Troll Guts, so... Trappers are firing at something. Oh, there's Empress's Chrome in here. Interesting. Trying to spot out what the ogres are up to in the trees. Pretty reasonable. You just want information to know what's going on. He bombed out a Trapper, actually, that might route right off the map if he's lucky. If he's lucky, he'll just go straight there. Get some more bulls coming in. We got a lot of Cathayans pushed up very, very far. You want to make sure your opponent doesn't have all 3 objective control while they're building up like this. Although he's not touching objective number 3 at the moment. He's keeping his very elite Halberd Corps in the trees. I expect he'll come and contest this objective once the ogres actually roll out. But the scrap launch is actually going to take it in the meantime. Because, as we talked about with my ogre corn game earlier, you really, if your opponent's building up, you really want to control all 3 objectives so they have as little time as possible. Cannons are getting some good shots on the scrap launchers. Trappers are fighting the Jade Warriors, and honestly, I feel like Trappers going to beat Jade Warriors that don't have Harmony. I mean, I guess they lost their Bonester's infantry, but this unit is still so silly. Noblars doing what they can, but Thay is holding that objective just fine. Looks like Berserk is still reluctant to touch objective 2, although Auric is now pushing forth at about 3 minutes, which is pretty early for a build-up strat. Scrap launchers still have most of their ammo. They barely spend any ammo, so I feel like this is a bit premature. If you have the scrap launcher strat, I feel like you want to waste a lot of time spending your ammo, because otherwise they're just going to sit here, and you know, they've still got a lot of ammo. It's going to take them a long time to use their ammo, so... Ogre Bulls are now the target of the cannons. Very, very poor accuracy from the Cathayan artillery crews so far. Ogre Bulls have piled in these Jade Warriors, who are in a rough spot. We have the Skylander coming over its head to provide Harmony, as well as the Shugi Lord here with a bit of a Harmony amp. Keep those stats nice and high. We get some Iron Guts waddling across the field into some Peasant Long Spears. Ogre Bulls just rush around the flank. And this is the hard part playing Ogres. They're just so fast. They can just walk around your spears and kill your artillery. There's not a whole lot you can do about it other than just try and kill them. The Elite Halberd Corps has emerged, and immediately the Ogres are training their guns on it. Well, the catapults. Because these bad boys are a big problem for Ogres in melee. But they're just such a prime target for any kind of missile fire. Trap launchers coming in, do beautiful damage. Even collateral the Iron Hails a little bit. And also, the Iron Hails might be a more valuable target because it's the only Harmony source over here. But, you know, it's also fair to just try and take out the elite thing. Ogre Bulls get on top of the Iron Hails in the back, completely exposed. Peasant Horsemen are going to try and help them out, but I suspect that's not going to go super well for them. Ogre Bulls in the center have been surrounded and killed by the Peasant Long Spears and the Iron Hail Gunners. Cannons are still just free-firing in, killing lots and lots of Ogre Bulls. Value trading is going pretty even so far. Slightly bit in the Ogre favor, which is problem for Cathay, because Ogres still got a good bit of healing, and something just spiked in value. I guess they just got some more shots on the elites. Not sure where that massive value spike came from. There is a Zanhu War Drum on the field. Zanghu War Drum? I don't know how it's pronounced. War Drum on the field, which is a bit of an odd choice. We got the Stain of the Dragon Emperor popped, the ITP, and the melee attack aura, but right now all it's affecting is these Jade Lancers, which does get them Harmony, helps them beat those Ogre Bull Iron Fists. The Sky Shredders have got on top of some Iron Hails, shutting them down, and without the Iron Hails, there's really no good answer to the, Oh, did they get a Cannon D-Summon? The Cannon D-Summon! Oh, that's so troll. That's so troll. Iron Guts, however, are fighting Peasant Horsemen. They should be pretty favored in that fight, but they were in range of the drum for a time being, but now they are out of range. And the drums are kind of squishy. Those Sky Shredders could tear it apart if they're not careful. That drum is in a lot of trouble. Also, I really wish it beat faster. It beats so slowly and so quietly. I really wish it just like this massive pounding, kind of like, you know, the screaming bell for the Skaven. That'd be super cool. Sky Shredder is trying to chase off these Peasant Horsemen, more than capable of winning that fight very handily. The other side, we do have some Lead Belchers coming in, just absolutely brutalizing these 9 routing Jade Warriors. You don't know what those guys did to these Ogres' mothers, but they just have to kill those few guys. Sky Shredders are threatening the back cap, and Cathay doesn't have a whole lot that's in position to actually deal with them. Iron Hails will do good work, but if they're caught in the open field against Sky Shredders, although the pair of them dump some at the same time is actually pretty clever. Sky Shredders go for one, then the other one shreds them, but there are Iron Guts there as well to threaten those as well. Saber Tusk Pack are fighting Jade Lancers in the river without Harmony. I suspect the Saber Tusk Pack will win, and especially they'll win if the Sky Shredders come in and get some rear charges on these horsemen. Now, the Lead Belchers are... Where are the Lead Belchers? Ah, they're firing over towards the Elite Halberds coming in from the center objective, trying to tear apart those Dune Dragons, and they should do beautiful work. This is the exact kind of fight they want. The Stain of the Dragons is active on them, but it doesn't matter. Oh no, they focus fire on the flank and just kill like one bottle with extreme prejudice, but it's pretty unfortunate for the Ogre player. Yeah, Stain of the Dragons, though, the War Drum actually doing pretty good work, although I feel like it's just so vulnerable. Like, I feel like the Ogres could just go kill it anytime they want, but I don't know, it does have a good bit of hit points, although its melee defense is absolutely tragic. Celestial Dune Dragons are being worn down by the Lead Belcher fire. We have another Lead Belcher coming in as well, doing very, very excellent work against the Halberds. So I guess the plan for the Ogres was just get rid of the cannons and shoot. Lots of shooting, and the value is now spiking in the favor of all Orc Rolls Ogres very, very heavily. But they are losing ground. They have not captured, or they did capture Objective 1 briefly, but they're losing it now. Sky Shredders are getting bogged down and shot with Iron Hails. They got a slow coming down, they got Troll Guts popped to heal them. The Iron Hails are now just blanketing them in shotgun fire, doing everything they can to bring them down. The Saber Tusk Packs and the Ogres are now trying to shut down the Iron Hails, so that the Sky Shredders are free to just bully the Cathayan Cavalry. Cathay does retake Objective 1. They are slowly starting to recap Objective 2, but this massive infantry blob is just easy pickings for these lead belchers who are at point-blank range, just free-firing into this Cathay infantry blob. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Lead belchers, light them up. Oh, the fortunately shoot this like the edge of the formation. Great if they could just shoot right in the center there. So the Iron Hails are being overrun by some Ogre Bulls, keeping the Sky Striders alive for the moment. There's a cannon being resummoned in, targeting the Sky Striders, and that will do a very, very good job against those massive, massive models. The mass Trapper summon on the side here to try and take objective number 3. Pretty clever. The Halberds are not well equipped to deal with Trappers, of course. They're very, very slow. They're very poor against other infantry. And with the lead belcher help, Ogres should be able to take that objective pretty quickly. Objective 2 is still somehow in the hands of the Ogres. The Sky Striders come back in, and yeah, there goes the drum. The Sky Striders get the drum, and it's just almost dead immediately. The Lord is also there in a bit of trouble. The Cannon gets a nice shot on the Sky Striders, though. The Lead Belcher are also firing in on this massive pile of infantry. And Cathay's forces here look to be in a bit of trouble. A few Iron Hails are making a valiant attempt at trying to shut down the Sky Striders. The Ancestral Warrior summon comes in. The Sky Striders should be just buggering right out of there, right? Yeah, just immediately leaving. Not interested. Give us the Troll Guts, we'll be on our way. Scrap Launcher is running up. What are you shooting at? What did that tile do to you? This one's just running up, trying to kill who knows what the Scrap Launcher are doing. They should be targeting the Iron Hails, I imagine. That's a pretty soft target for them. Ogre Trappers are now going to be overtaking objective number 3, and with the hefty value lead they have, Cathay's going to be hard-pressed to actually get back onto this map. The Iron Hails do have excellent damage output, but they're completely undefended, so they're left out in the open fields, and either the shooting or the Ogre Bull summons will start getting on top of them pretty quickly. The Noblars are doing what they can to just rout them off as well. In the back, we do have the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin coming in. They are that armor-piercing ROR Longma, just routing off whatever Ogre Bulls they can, finding value wherever they can, but I feel like they're a pretty risky summon. The Sky Striders are still in the field, there's still a lot of shooting on the field for the Ogres, and I don't find that Cav tends to trade that well into Ogre Bulls in general, so bit of a risky summon in my opinion. Not something I typically see in this matchup. Excuse me. Iron Guts are still grinding the front line. Scrap Launcher have gotten a little bit out of position and are getting shredded by Iron Hail, so that's not the end of the world. As long as it doesn't die, it is still perfectly viable in combat. Longmas are just trying to rout off these very, very little health Ogres. But without infantry in the field, I mean, Cathay just really can't retake the ground. So the Dune Dragons are still hanging around. The Zangho War Drum is down to a few hundred HP and is getting killed by these Iron Guts and these Trappers. The Ogre Lord has routed. It is being shot by both the Sky Lantern and the cannons, and chased by that Dragon Blade Shugi Lord, who has been a bit distracted by the, what are these Noblar Trappers. But nice cannon shot. If he can get out of here, if he dies, that's actually a huge blow to Ogre leadership, who is already not a very high leadership faction, but he does rally. If he can get Troll Guts on himself, or even just up around this corner and hide, he will be just fine. Cannon shot flies right over his head. Very scary, but no damage done. Alchemist is just grinding on the front line. Haven't seen either of these spells go down. Actually, I guess we did see... Now that you mention it, I think I saw that effect on the Sky Striders earlier, so that must have been the anti-armor buff. All the shooting is now focused on the Righteous Lances, who are chasing off the Scrap Launcher, which is a small victory for Cathay, but I feel it may not be enough to win them the day. There is a Dismember going down on them, just slowing them down. They're taking so much damage in the air from all these Lead Belchers, who are now backing off and kiting. They're very close to being out of ammo, but the Sky Striders here as well to protect them means that if these Righteous Lances land, they're going to get recharged by the Sky Striders, and they're not going to live very long in that fight. Our Croman are back on the field. They are going to try and take out these Scrap Launchers. I think the Scrap Launchers just aren't your priority target at this point. You need to take down things that actually are doing massive amounts of damage or taking ground. The cannon looks like it pushed up too far, trying to chase out the Ogre Lord. It is now in a very compromised position. You had some Iron Guts and some Noblar or just basic Noblars, not Trappers. Yeah, the Righteous Lances have been caught by those Sky Striders and torn to absolute shreds. The Onyx Croman ROR is getting on top of these very, very pink Scrap Launchers. Scrap Launcher, like I said, I just feel like it's not a priority for the Ogre at this point. It's not their win condition anymore. I mean, sure, it's a nice pickup if you can get it, but I feel like it's not worth dedicating such a valuable unit to. And Berserk is going to tap out. I feel like, yeah, that feels pretty justified. It's very, very hard to retake the field as Cathay. Even with the Croman being added and their mobility buffs, like, I feel like it's still very, very hard to get back onto the field once you lose control like that. And Ulrich did a very, very good job of making sure he did lose control. Ulrich did very well early on. He knew his win condition was shut down the cannon, bring out the Lead Belchers, and just farm value. And that's what he did. He just sent bulls very, very deep. He got the cannon off the field. The cannon got good value, but still they didn't shut down the Lead Belchers, and the Lead Belchers just tore apart all the elite halberds. The Scrap Launchers did well as well. Sky Striders were a constant menace against any Cathay mobility. And yeah, those elite halberd corps, the elite halberd corps, did not accomplish a whole lot of anything. 42 combined value from 2 Jade Warrior Halberds is absolutely tragic. Yeah, they never got into melee. The Dune Dragons barely got to be in melee fight. The War Drum was shut down very, very effectively. Yeah, I feel like that was a pretty strong showing from Ulrich's Ogres. The Crowmen, even with 2 summons, did not quite manage to pay for themselves once. Oh, looking at the value, it feels like it was a stomp for Ogres, but looking at like the battle, I think Cathay was not super far behind. They were doing okay. I feel like there's definitely some optimizations to be made. Like the double caster feels a little bit silly. I don't know why he opted for the double caster. I feel like you could just go for the Celestial General, or just take this caster naked and desummon if you want the Alchemist. You just go for the normal caster, either way. I've actually been quite fond of Miao Ying lately. Heals are very, very nice, especially against Ogres. Her Harmony amp is beautiful. And then if you need to, she can turn into a big fuck-off dragon and cause terror. So, I've been quite fond of Miao Ying lately. Sky Lantern was an odd choice to me. A very odd choice. I'm not really I guess it's just Mobile Harmony. It did okay damage, so it wasn't terrible. I don't know. The drum was also a bit odd. The drum was very odd. DC overextended? Yeah. And we saw in stream a few days ago, we saw Houseplant versus Housecat in the same match on the map, and the same thing happened to Houseplant's Cathay. He pushed up too far to try and recap to force his opponent to fight him sooner to stop the build-up, and they got caught out very extended deep in the map, unable to protect his missiles, and Housecat was able to dismantle him from there. So I feel like Glade is just not a good map for Cathay. It's too easy to be built up against. It's hard to shut down any kind of enemy shooting. And it's just so far from where you want your artillery to be to where the objective actually is. This feels bad against Ogres. It's definitely an uphill battle. War Drum, yeah, I definitely disagree with the War Drum choice there. I don't know what the idea was there. I guess it's just for harmony. But it's very expensive and doesn't accomplish a whole lot, I feel like. Especially since like the positioning was always fairly... Late summoning a War Drum always feels terrible. Because it wants to be on the front line from the get-go. Doesn't want to be walking up the whole time. And it's just very vulnerable to Ogres. Like, it's not a durable unit. It's got 20 melee defense, and it's very slow. I mean, we saw it there. It died. It didn't even have to... It didn't take the Sky Strikers killing it. Just Iron Guts did it. Yeah, the trees on this map make it very, very easy to build up. So, our next map is Proving Ground. It's a fairly tight map, so I wouldn't be surprised to see either player's counts come out here, or some of those more aggressive factions. It's a fairly tough map to play things like Cathay or Kislev, so we will likely be seeing something a little more aggressive. But again, these players might have a different assessment than I do, so I'm interested to see what they come up with. You already had a Lantern, which is cheaper and shoots. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like also just having Iron Hails like positioned with your front line is so valuable anyway. His Iron Hail positioning was curious to me. Like, what if instead of the drum he has 2 Iron Hails out much earlier, near your front line, that can actually like get damage shots off. I feel like the Iron Hails just didn't get to do a whole lot. When, like, typically when I play Cathay, Iron Hails are just like your big breadwinner. I need to learn to sleep sometime before streaming. I did not sleep well, and now it's biting me in the butt. But we will power through. Show must go on. And we have the picks. Well, we have the pick 3 matrix. We don't have the final picks yet. Thank you, Ulrich. So we have Core Nurgle counts for Berserk. His signature 3. We have the cat coming back. Hello, Alfie. How are you, kitty? I'm still not feeding you for another 45 minutes. It's not dinner time yet. You know that. Not dinner time till 6. And we have Kislev, Tzeentch, Beast, and Frolics. Yeah, pretty fast, aggressive play. Although Ulrich Tzeentch is actually something I wouldn't mind seeing. Ulrich is very, very good at that style of play. Like, he plays a very similar style with Doc, of like the blue horror foot kite, or just blue and pink horror foot kite. That's very, very hard to deal with. He's very, very good at it. He's definitely kicked my butt several times with that style. So I wouldn't mind seeing Ulrich Tzeentch come out. That'd be definitely very interesting to see. Kislev I find to be an odd pick on this map. Like I said, not a lot of room for missile play. There's some pretty tight trees. This tends to be a much more pretty fast-paced melee-oriented map. There are some positions you can set up a missile box in and have some success. Core Nurgle counts. So I feel like... Hello, cat. I'm not feeding you till 6. Dinner time is 6. It's not 6 yet. It's only 5:15. What was I saying? Counts. Counts Beastman is a good matchup for Counts. Counts Zinch, I feel like, is terrible for Counts. Horrors destroy everything you love. Good Halberd frontline. The Bird Lord is annoying. Any of the Zinch Lords are annoying. The Mutalith. Oh god, the Mutalith is going to be a nightmare for Counts to deal with. I want to see that. That sounds terrible for Counts, but I want to see the Mutalith in action, because it'll destroy Counts. I'm told Kislev has a good matchup to Counts, but I don't know that one either. So, hello, cat. Hi there, bud. If you're gonna be here, you're gonna cuddle. That's just how it is. And I feel like Nurgle is just a bad pick these days. I can't imagine Nurgle being good into any of these things. But Berserker's had success with it before, so maybe he knows something I don't about that. But where are you, Alfie? Corn Kislev also sounds really, really difficult for Kislev. Ever since Zargard Grey Weapon, Zargard became a very good unit, Zargard Grey Weapons are just a nightmare for Corn to deal with, because they just dominate your infantry so hard, and Minotaurs are hard to bring when Kislev has so much shooting. And of course, your mobility doesn't do so well anymore. Hey, meow meow. It has so much going on, but it's definitely weak to shooting. It's weak. It takes damage very quickly. It has low melee defense, and it's very easy to shoot, but its damage output is very impressive. So I think it's actually like a well-designed single entity, because it takes damage so quickly from everything, but it has an insane damage output. So I think it's a really fun single entity, just because it's a glass cannon. It's a glass cannon. It's weak to every kind of damage, but it hits so hard. So it's a very fun unit for me to play and to see. Corn Zinch has been bad since before the DLC, so I don't suspect that's gotten any better for Corn. So that'd be a pretty risky pick. Corn Beastman is doable. I think it's Beastman favored, but Corn could do it. Yeah, but I definitely favor Beastman there. You are shedding all over the place, buddy. Can you stop shedding all over my desk? You're so well behaved when you want fed. So well behaved when you want fed. I can't actually see the game right now, so I need to make sure they're not starting while I'm sitting here looking at other things and petting the cat. So yeah, I feel like Ulrich definitely has a stronger pick 3 here. I feel like Nurgle and Corn are just very, very weak. But again, we've seen Berserk have very good success with those, so I'm curious to see if he can pull something off with that, because I mean, having those factions that are not considered strong in the meta that you are comfortable with is a very powerful thing to pick 3, because then you have a different evaluation of the matchups than your opponent. You're more familiar with them, so you can actually pull off a lot of things that nobody else can really on that faction. So nobody else accounts for it, nobody knows what to expect, and you can actually get some matchups that you think are good that nobody else is going to think are good. You're back already. Am I going to have to lock you out until dinner time? Kitty kitty? You need banished? I have to banish you from this room until after I feed you. Of course, after I feed him, he won't come back anyway. Stoneguard's wealth type formation could give enough mass. Time for else get good value on the initial ogre charge, probably. But it's gonna work although. I'd be very surprised if that worked. I'd be very surprised if Stoneground's Stance was the answer. That spell. I mean, expert charge defense is reasonable. The problem is the effect radius isn't that big. You're only going to hit 1, maybe 2 units. If your opponent's aware of that, they can always just walk away. Actually, the overcast increased the effect area. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. The problem is you really want the slow from Lore of Yin. I guess I have the blocker still up, don't I? The problem is the slow from Lore of Yin is very, very useful if they have the scrap launchers, because then you slow them enough they can't juke your cannon shots. As well as just slows are very, very in general useful when you have a missile faction. Slows and nets are both very good for that. But so typically I like Mao Ying for that reason, because she has access to, I think she has access to the slow, right? Am I crazy? She has, yeah, she has the slow, and the Earth Blood is usually what I like to bring into ogres. Alright, blocker back up. That's not the blocker. That's the blocker. Don't finish the picks, so we wait. Oh look, Turin's having a tournament in a few hours, in like 3 hours. There's an SFT. Nice. So all the US folks like myself can go sign up for that, except I can't because I have plans tonight. Gosh darn Turin, hosting things when I have plans. How inconsiderate that you wouldn't take my schedule in particular into account. I see you there, cat. Don't turn my fan off. He's done that before. He's turned my fan off while I've been playing, and it bothers me. Don't do it. Master of Slopes, Ancestral Summon, and or Crows also sure kill on Lead Belchers. Yeah. I don't like the Ancestral Warrior Summon into Ogres, because it feels like your opponent has to mess up pretty badly for your it to work. Because they're so much slower than I'm gonna Berserk's counts into Clark Kislev. It feels like because their summon is so much slower than ogres, and it's not like it has a very fast animation. So if your opponent's on top of things, which usually top level good low ogre players are going to be, they just can't catch them. Also, we got counts Kislev. Give GC another run. GC's been doing pretty good in those. Still some Skaven problems, still some ogre problems, but for the most part, today's been pretty good. Alright, so Counts Kislev. This is a matchup I've been wanting to see. So I heard people saying that Kislev was a counter to Count's last patch. And I can't imagine it's gotten worse. Like, Sheena's seem really obnoxious. Zhao, Final Trans not be good to ogres? I'm in general a Zhao hater. Final Trans is okay into ogres. The problem with Final Trans is you want to find a very, very high value blob. You want to find as many expensive units as possible and get them all in it. But ogres tend to have their gold value equally distributed among their units. They tend to have a lot of cheap units spread out. They don't tend to bunch up as much. So you have a very hard time finding super expensive targets for Final Trans. And that just hates Zhao. I don't think Zhao accomplishes a whole lot. He doesn't have as much utility as Miao Ying. His dueling is not super relevant. Cathay dragons have wonky animations, so just being in dragon form and immortal isn't that valuable to me. Yeah, in dragon form. In melee form, in human form, they're fine. And that's usually what I do when I'm bringing a dragon. When I'm bringing one of the dragon siblings, is I just have them in human form. So that's why I don't like Zhao, because his new item that is, admittedly, it's a very strong item, but it enables a style that I don't think is very valuable. And the dragon just going and fucking around and doing things to the opponent backline or killing lords. Alright, like I said, very curious to see this matchup. Very, very curious. Okay, interesting. You're back again. Do I need to lock you out, kitty? Get away from the cables. Step away from the power cable, kitty. That's it. Out you go. I suppose this is what I get for streaming so close to dinner time, huh, buddy? Yeah, so I feel like Akshinas are a huge problem for counts in this matchup. Of course, the stock net from the ROR is an issue for everybody, but in particular against counts, Akshinas have good enough melee stats. Just if a zombie summon gets a zombie summon on them, they just kill the zombie and go about their business. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing, you crazy little kitty? Huh? So yeah, Akshinas seem like a huge problem, and their damage output is obviously excellent, as was their accuracy. So I foresee that being a huge problem, and I'm curious how Berserk handles that. Just Dragon Form hit rate would get fixed. Had them lose duels, they really shouldn't. Yeah. Their animations have always been really janky, that's why I've been pretty low on them for ages. Like, I remember, like, back in, like, the early days, I saw Miao Ying chasing Kairos around for, like, 4 minutes in Dragon Form. Didn't get a single hit in. She turned back into human form. Hey, okay, you're out of here. She turned back into human form, and then just immediately got, like, several hits in a row. Alright, I'm kicking the cat out. I'll be right back. Alright, the cat has been exiled. He jumped up on the back of my seat and clawed me, so he's out for the until after I feed him. No, you can stay as long as you keep your claws to yourself. Look at 10x Armored Corsair matchup. I could definitely see that being a play. This cool. But I don't think that's what Ulrich's going for. But I could definitely see 10x Armored Corsair being very, very good here. Pistols are very good. The Unbreakable is very good. They grind pretty well against the infantry. And Counts don't have good options for armor piercing here. I think that's probably Counts' biggest issue, is that all of their armor piercing options are very vulnerable to all of Kislev's shooting. And my enemies. Sure. As long as I'm not one of your enemies. But Ulrich's actually opted for an Incarnate Elemental build, which is interesting. I could definitely see that having some teeth. Yeah, like the big issue for Counts into Kislev I see is, again, like I said, their armor piercing issue, but also when Counts playing against missile factions, what they really want to be doing is dropping zombie summons on missile units to deny their shooting, to allow them to get value and shut them down easily. Problem is, all of Kislev units are hybrids, so you drop a zombie summon on Armored Kossar, it kills the zombie and then keeps shooting anyway. Like, you don't actually accomplish a whole lot, you're not going to route it off, so it doesn't help you, and everything has shooting. So it's hard to shut it down the shooting when everything is shooting. Anyway, yeah, so we have that Strigoi Ghoul King that he seems very, very fond of, Berserk. Same spell kit, Bloodlust, which again, yeah, that's a targeted ability. I thought that was just for him. Interesting. Invocation and Command of the Unliving. Got a Corpse Cart with Balefire. Why Balefire here? There's not a lot of fire damage. I guess gives magical attacks doesn't seem that valuable either. I mean, I guess things in the woods have Fizz resist, but I don't know what that's for really. Constein Stalkers, Tithe, Spears, Graveguard. A lot of Graveguards. There's heavy infantry front line with a Necromancer that has Raised Dead, and a White King with Scab's Wraith, both on foot. Got that foot singletty squad again. A lot of infantry to back it up. For Ulrich, he has that Incarnate Elemental, the Patriarch on a Bear to heal it, with, he's got the passive heal, the passive Vigor Refresh, melee attack defense aura, and the active heal Solic's Lullaby, Blizzard, and Arcane Conduit, Zargar Greyopen, Armored Kossars, Armored Kossars, Basic Kossars. Just a big old line with that Beast and the Patriarch to heal it. And that's actually a pretty like strong singletty duo. But I'm very scared of them trying to kill that the Ghoul King. The Ghoul King seems like a big threat to this. I mean, they have a ton of healing, but again, low melee defense. I guess the Fizz Resist comes into play against the Incarnate Elemental. But again, you're losing out against that massive, most large most when you're fighting this Strigoi Ghoul King. It seems like just a huge threat to this singletty pair. So, looks like both sides are going to be fighting for objective number 3. Typically what you see missile factions do on this map is they come and they set up right here with their backs to the trees so that they have good places to fire. They have good firing position and safe reinforcements, and your opponent doesn't have cover. Like if Counts want to advance here, they have to advance out of the open. But what you can do as the aggressive faction here is just get here first. It's just rush here so that by the time Kislev sets up in this position, you're already on top of them and they don't have time to shoot. So Ulrich is actually choosing to stop in the trees, which I find a bit odd. This, like I said, usually you want to be out of the trees and shooting as much as possible. Looks like he's just sending his troops to the far side to try and cap objective 1 and force his opponent into this kind of position so he can get a nice enclave here. The problem is, of course, the trees. And I would be very suspect of pushing up when your Lord and your Patriarch are over here. Like, I feel like you're relying on those two units. Well, the Lord, not so much. The Patriarch you're really relying on for this strategy. So I feel like pushing up is a very, very suspect decision. Also, these are armored costs are basics, not Grey Weapons. They're basically have a wet noodle fight against the Graveguard. It's going to be all about that big boy and the shooting doing the damage. These are also the Sternsmen, which have excellent, excellent durability. The armor and the regen and the excellent stats. Ugh. Ah, no, this is the patented Ulrich foot kite. He's going to fire a volley and he's going to run away. I was talking about this. He does this with his ancient dock a lot with blue horrors and pink horrors. But now he's just going to fire volleys and runs away, and it's very, very irritating to deal with because, I mean, you can't catch them. Counts are very, very slow. Kislev's not much faster, but counts are very slow. Characters are capping this point, and then I imagine they will return to their front line and help them out. We got a bunch of zombies coming in, which are a nuisance for Kislev to deal with because they don't have the effective means of killing them quickly. The Incarnate Elemental is running into melee with the Graveguard, but the White King is on top of him. The Corpse Cart, yeah, just immediately all the single entities are going for the Incarnate. It's getting friendly fired by Kossars, which is not where you want it to be. The White King has Silver Shields, yeah, very, very difficult for Kislev to actually kill those single entities. We have the Devil's Swordshaft coming around the flank, and those are just massive can openers. They'll just crack open all of this armor from Kislev. And what are actually going to be the reinforcements? I see reinforce some Zargard Grey Opens. We're getting the Wolf Hearts as well, the Akshina Ambushers. If those devils get netted, they will disappear in seconds. All the fire from the armored Kossars and the Akshina Ambushers, if they get netted, they're just gone so fast. This is very bold. The Incarnate Elemental is going to pick a fight with the Crypt Horrors. The one thing that actually catch it in place. Okay, no, it's a bait. He's backing off, so he sees the single entities coming in. The Stroggle King is elsewhere and occupied, though. Sternsmen are running up on the armored Kossars, and like I said, Alex just kiting as much as possible, getting all the shots off as possible. Zombie Summon coming in to try and deny some of that shooting. But honestly, the shooting is not doing a whole lot of damage into the very heavily shielded Graveguard front line. Patriarch is in here. The nice thing for Ulrich is just that he's holding this one objective over here on the side this whole time while he's just farming value. Patriarch's coming in to try and buff these Kossars, give them some decent melee stats, and heal them to help them be more durable. And sacrificing that cheaper unit with the Buyer Blood passive. Ooh, that's going to be a nice Blizzard. Although I suppose that's a zombie summon and half of the Graveguard, so it's still okay. And with the Incarnate Elemental Aura damaging them as well, getting stuck in, so they're taking a lot of damage. That's actually doing beautiful damage to this Graveguard. Should crumble them away, and as their backs are turned and they're running away, they'll get shredded by the shooting. The Double Sword Weapon are stopped in place and getting shot by lots and lots of pistols, doing very, very nice damage. The Strogoi Ghoul King is chasing around the Ice Witch, and she's out of there. Losing your Ice Witch is a big, big loss for Kislev at this point. Although she does have Buyer Blood, so she should be free, but Ulrich is not paying attention to his lord. He's facing elsewhere. The zombie summon's coming in. He does get out most of the way. The Crypt Horror summon, the Overcast Crypt Ghoul summon from the Strogoi King. Command of the Unliving, I believe it's called. The Necromancer's getting killed by the Incarnate Elemental. The Ice Witch does get out. The Strogoi King is chasing. There are plenty of things here to protect. The Zargard Greyhound coming in. We saw Solyak's Lullaby to heal it up from the Patriarch. And now the Strogoi King is actually in a bit of a rough spot. Surrounded by Zargard Grey Opens. Surrounded by all of the Kislev single entities. This could be a very, very decisive engagement for either side. Whoever wins this could be in a very good spot. Whoever's Lord dies. But the problem is that these counts are fighting into a Mortis engine from this Incarnate Elemental. It has that passive, Flock of Doom effect. The Incarnate Flock of Doom that's just damaging all these Crypt Horrors, getting shot to pieces by the Armored Kossars, by the Akshina Ambushers. Actually, they're a bit occupied on the netted Devils that I was talking about. Very, 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 very big problem for them. But where's the Patriarch? The Patriarch's also in here beating on this Strogoi Ghoul King. He doesn't have a huge HP pool. He's got regen, but 650 weapon strength. Oh, he's poisoned. But still, 550 weapon strength is huge against the Strogoi Ghoul King. So if he's taking hits with that Incarnate Elemental, he will not be long for this world, and the value is spiking in favor of Ulrich's Kislev. On the far side, we do have some things coming in to try and clear off the Tithe, and some Zargard as well, getting the back cap, making sure he's not locked off of objectives while he is taking this fight very deep in his spawn. The healing as well coming in for all of these Armored Kossars and Zargard is going to be doing very, very good work. The Crypt Horrors are going down. Looks like we have a summon coming in, I assume? The Crypt Horror summon... Crypt Horror. Actually, I think Crypt Ghoul. Crypt Ghoul summon seems like it'd be useful here. Just get some like, chaff support, but the Crypt Horrors do fine as well. They're doing some pretty good damage to the Incarnate Elemental, but its heal cap is still very far away, and it's still being healed by that Patriarch. The Patriarch has still, I believe, 2 more charges at the heal, so yeah, that Incarnate Elemental is not in danger anytime soon. Over here, the Mortis engine has come out, but... Excuse me, there are still some Akshina Ambushers over here, the ROR, as well as some shooting, and a Mortis engine against Kislev seems so risky. It's a very, very bold choice from Berserk. And Ulrich is going to punish him for his hubris. Some Graveguard are on top of the Akshina, but they have, honestly, better melee stats than the Graveguard. What a silly unit. Yeah, the Mortis engine being punished. The Kislev forces are taking Objective 3. The Zargard and the things should be more than capable of killing the Vargeist. And how is the single entity fight going? The Incarnate is getting pretty low. but it is unbreakable, and it is being healed by Salyak's Lullaby. The Strigoi King is being bogged down, but that fight has been won for Kislev aside from the single fight, so this thing can just go wherever else it wants, can go chase the Mortis, it can do its own Mortis on this whole Counts blob, so fighting the Strigoi King just isn't worth its time anymore. So I do like this play, just getting out of here, and now I can go chase down that Mortis. I think it's faster than the Mortis, so yeah. He is a-coming for that booty. Get that Mortis booty back here. A little risky, because there are things that can punch it off on the side, but they are stuck fighting Zargard, and things in the woods who are just getting absolutely stomped on, actually doing a lot worse than I expected them to do. Need some shooting support over there if you want to actually punish those things. It looks like we got another beautiful blizzard coming in from Ulrich. Although, I suppose these are just zombies. Consign Stalkers, so a lot of damage there, clearing off a lot of that Vampire Count's chaff, and clearing the way for all of these Armored Cossars, things in the woods, and Zargard to just stream forward and start taking the objectives. Dire Pack is coming in, trying to punish the Incarnate Elemental. The Akshina Ambushers are being attacked by the White King as well, which is a very big nuisance for them. The White King, you can't really get rid of him. He's too tanky. It's the one thing they actually shut down these Akshina long term. So Kislev really wants to find a way to get him off them. Maybe some dervishes come in and run that guy down so the Akshina can come and punish the Mortis. And Strigoi is free, but the Patriarch just punts him. I want us to just punt and leave. Patriarch, no! The Vargas! There's like no shooting. Kislev is low on ammo. So the Dire Pack's coming in. That Patriarch's in a lot of trouble. Zargard coming in to try and help, but that Patriarch might not be long for this world. Yeah, that's a very, very dead Patriarch, it looks like. Strigoi King with the Vargas beating on him. That's a very, very nice catch. The blood that's coming down from Berserk as well. So that Patriarch's in a lot of trouble. The Incarnate Elemental is trying to come help out, but I feel like you're just adding more fuel to the fire at that point. Yeah, the Incarnate Elemental is going in to try and do what he can, but honestly, just get the heal and get out. What you need to do is just secure your missile backline. The Count's front line is in tatters. They just have very, very little chaff left available. There is more coming in with the Tithe and more Skeleton Spears. Patriarch is dying off. Does he get his last heal off? Okay, he does get last heal off for the Incarnate Elemental, which is very, very good. But honestly, just turn him and beat the crap out of that Mortis while you have the chance. Over here, the Crypt Horrors and the Vargas have been beaten down by the things in the woods. The anti-heal things in the woods are obviously just such a good choice into Counts. Exchange Ambushers have been free. There's those Winged Lancers I talked about. Get them off. The Exchanges are free to start shooting. The Patriarch is popped by our blood and has managed to free himself from the blob. The Incarnate Elemental is doing wonders in this blob fight as well. He's already paid for himself. Granted, he's taken a lot of healing, and he's taken a massive beating from the Strigoi King. This is looking pretty good for Kislev so far. I think the Exchange Ambushers are just melting the Mortis engine. Oh my goodness, that unit is so strong. Incarnate Elemental is running for the hills. He's got 1,000 HP, still in the healing aura of the Patriarch. Got an Overcast Invocation coming in. The Mortis effect is still damaging him as well, so he's taking a bit of damage, but he's also being healed by the Patriarch, doing what he can. The Strigoi King is going to try and run him down, but with the Zargard coming in, not really a safe place for him to be. The Patriarch just tackles him, just goes, "Get down, Mr. President," and just tackles him and runs. That's a beautiful play. Although I don't know if that was intentional. And now the anti-heal Mortime, the Mortime Beowulfs coming in, but I feel like the Incarnate just doesn't have the HP for this fight. It's too low, there's too much support for the Counts, but the Vargas are very, very low, and they've got no healing available because they're fighting the Mortime Beowulfs. That's actually, yeah, this unit is just made to deal with Counts. That's all this unit is for. It's just screw Counts. So you love to see actually like playing the role. It's very clearly designed for it. But Counts are just such a slim army left in the field at this point. As the army that wants to be swarming and shutting down missile pieces, being down so much numbers is a really rough spot to be in. Things in the woods are getting very low. The Patriarch and the Incarnate are both safe and alive for the moment. The Strigoi is a nuisance, but it is a contained nuisance while Kislev has been winning the fight on all the other fronts. The infantry has largely died off for Counts. There's no real support. Are those the Sterns are coming back in? A sticky nuisance, but with the Incarnate still alive, I assume... Actually, I think the Lord got D7, so I assume Kislev's out of WOM. But with so much Zargard and the Akshina's still going strong, I feel like that's going to be a very, very hard... it's a very, very hard game for Kislev, for Counts to come back in. The Mortis is getting very, very low as well. It's being forced to run from the Incarnate. The Ghoul King is trying to get over there and help, but the Beowulfs are intercepting and trying to get on the Mortis as well. Deny that healing with the, the Dark Tainted Blood. The Dark Blood Tainted. That's not how grammar works, but yeah. Ulrich takes it with Kislev. Yeah, Kislev is definitely looking real good into Counts, I think. Nope, not 12. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, that looks like a really, really tough matchup for Counts. And like I said, Berserk's a very strong Counts player. He's been maining Counts for a very long time. So he's struggling in that matchup. It's definitely a tough one, and definitely an impressive display from Ulrich. Vargas did good value. Crypt Horrors did all right. The Mortis got shut down. Yeah, the Kislev infantry is just so quality. The blizzards were beautiful from Ulrich as well. Good value on the Patriarchs from fighting. The Incarnate did good work. And the Zargard. Yeah, Zargard Grey Opens are just such a problem for counts, because all of their AP options either lose to them in Graveguard Grey Opens, or they're these big things that have no armor and get shot to pieces. The Sheena Ambushers doing the work of Urson is the Kislev God, I think. So, yeah. And that is Ark taking our finals. It is a best of 3, so he has won our tournament for the day. So, Vikings are so tanky. They can kill him multiple times Zimric, yeah. So, congratulations to Ulrich. Very, very well played to Berserk. But that is our tournament for today. So, thank you guys so much for watching. But that is all we got. So, I will see you guys next time. Best of luck to any of you guys who are playing in Turns Tournament tonight. I don't think I'll make it myself, so have some fun. Anyway, that's all I got for today. So, I will see you folks next time.